If you want to become an AI product builder in 2026 without wasting a lot of time in going through hundreds of videos and tutorials, then this video is going to be an absolute masterclass for you. In the next 5 hours, I am going to teach you what is happening in AI, how you should learn AI. I am going to tell you all the required fundamentals. Plus, I am going to teach you tools which are absolutely best in their category so that you can start building with them. So if you are investing your time in this video, it is my promise that you are going to graduate from being a consumer of AI to actually becoming a builder with AI. So go ahead, consume that video. If you don't want to do it in one go, watch it in parts. I'm sure this is going to go ahead and help you change your complete perspective about how you can leverage AI. Please let me know in the comments if you find the video helpful. And we are keeping a like target of 150. Make sure that you like the video if you find this helpful. So now everyone, please focus on the screen. We are finally starting the day 1 of the AI Builder Sprint by HelloPM. Yes. So this is going to be the 3-day story. This is going to be the 3-day story. The 3-day story has been divided into 3 acts, Act 1, 2, and 3. And each act contains 3 scenes. So every day I'm going to give you 3 ideas. If you forget everything, but only remember the 3 main ideas that I'm giving you, I'm sure you should be able to get the return on investment on your time. Right? And this is not going to be a theoretical session. In the end, you are going to build something every day at the end of the session out there. Right? So the first thing is, in today's session, we are going to understand the AI landscape. What is happening in AI and why you should be taking this as an opportunity rather than be anxious about it. The second part is, we'll talk about what is the right method of learning GenAI and what is the wrong method. And I'm also going to tell you multiple fundamental concepts today so that you can be more informed about AI and you can call yourself an AI literate person. And the third part is, I'm going to give you a small project like a funny project to build today. And then eventually at the end of the session today, you will have something tangible that you can post on your LinkedIn profile, you can put in your portfolio, and you can showcase to the world, and you can formally start calling yourself a novice product builder. Right? And the second day, which is tomorrow, we are going to talk about the AI builder levels. I'm going to give you 5 to 7 levels of what an AI builder looks like. Then we are going to talk about the power framework, which is how do you leverage AI, not just as someone who knows how to use tool, but someone who is a real good business problem solver, right? Because this is where the money is. And the third part is, we'll talk about the post creator agent. So tomorrow also, in the end, we are going to build a real AI agent where it is going to do some research and create and post on LinkedIn on your behalf, right? And the third part is, we are going to go ahead and talk about the Act 3. In the Act 3 is, or the day 3, we are going to talk about the ultimate AI builder workflow, which is, if you want to build anything with AI, what is the workflow that you need to follow? The second is the tools of the trade, which are what are some hand-picked tools that you should be knowing rather than putting your mind around and spending your time and resources and efforts across for you. You are going to build it by, which is multiple customization. So it will become your own personal GPT, right? You are not limited by OpenAI's model or Anthropic models. You can use any model and you should be able to evaluate them. You should be able to consider this as your personal GPT, right? So this is the 3-day roadmap. Now, tomorrow and day after, I'm going to ask you to install some tools before you come to the session. But for today, you are good to go. Act 1, Scene 1 is what is happening. There is one part of the world which is saying, there is one kind of the people who are saying that AI is like the Skynet. Either it is completely useless or it is going to go ahead and destroy the humanity. It is not good for people. While on the other hand, there are some people who look at AI like this character. Can anyone go ahead and name the character that is there on the screen? The girl, the tiny girl, if you remember. Yes, Vici, Vici. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, nostalgia, right? So it can either be helpful or it can be harmful, and the world is divided, right? Understand, today I'm not here to debate about what it is and what it is not. I just want to go ahead and help you understand what is the reality that is happening in the market, right? So this is the scene one. The scene one says that the AI revolution has arrived. The AI revolution has arrived. The companies that did not existed some years ago are bigger than the biggest of the conglomerates. So OpenAI, $852 billion valuation very recently, couple of months ago. Anthropic hitting at almost $1 trillion. XAI has been valued at $250 billion, and the parent company has recently been valued at almost $1 trillion, SpaceX. Right? All of these companies are the native AI companies. Similarly, the companies which are betting on AI, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Nvidia, all of them have grown 2x to 10x in the last 4 or 5 years. Right? So the market is clearly seeing some value in what these AI companies can do and what is their potential. Now, if you want to understand this, understand that Google has been there for more than 25 years now. Right? Google has been there for more than 25 years now. In the initial 25 years, they have added $1.1 trillion in terms of valuations and value. And just in the last 3 years, they have added almost 4x of that value. Right? Similarly, consider Nvidia. They have been there in the market creating GPUs for games for so many years now. They added $400 billion of value in the initial 20-30 years. But now in the last 2, 3, 4 years, they have added almost 10x the value. Right? Apart from this, there are also some other AI native companies which are building on top of these AI models or infrastructures. Right? These companies are Cursor, currently like just recently sold to SpaceX for a valuation of $60 billion. Glean, $7 billion. This is a company, this is a tool that lets enterprises implement AI on their knowledge base. So if your company has so many messages, so many documents and all, Glean can put a chatbot on top of it so that you can go ahead and interact with your company's documents without searching for it. Right? Third is 11 Labs. I'm sure all of you might have seen the audios of 11 Labs and all. A company which was not existing few years ago is now $11 billion. And then Perplexity, which is $21 billion. Right? People cannot stop calling it prepper, but this is where the value is. Right? So this is the Gen AI revolution. But look at this and tell me if you are able to understand what is happening in this meme. Yeah, understand this. Now, guys, this might mean that we are in the hype cycle, which is companies are valued so much and then the valuation go down. That has happened in the dot-com bubble as well. But if you guys remember the dot-com bubble that happened in 1999 and 2001, at that point of time also, the stocks were pumped and they were dumped. However, right now, if you look at, although we want to call it a dot-com bubble, but right now, if you look at the top 20 companies of the world or the Fortune 500 companies, you will see that most of them are actually internet-based companies. So the stock market can go up and down. You have to think for yourself and understand, is there any kind of value in this particular technology or not? Right? So rather than looking at it as a hype, you should go ahead and think for yourself. Right? So answer this question, everyone in the chat. Which Gen AI tool have you used last time and when? Yes, which basically means that AI has value. It is just that we need to figure out how to go ahead and leverage that value, right? Enterprises are trying hard in order to generate that value, right? In personal life, we have been able to go ahead and find some or the other, right? So one is about your personal opinion about how you are using AI. Second is the market opinion, right? And now let's go ahead and talk about the company opinions as well. Just give me a moment. Let me show you one report. Yes. So what we have done is we have gone through, yes, what we have done is we have gone through multiple research reports that are recently published by leading companies such as MIT, such as Stanford, such as McKinsey. And we have been able to, like, I just gave all of these reports to Claude Fable. And then I asked it to create a report on what is happening in the industry, right? And then we were able to find some very interesting numbers. Let me show you that, right? Let me go ahead and show you that. First of all, the salaries, and understand this is not made up data. I am also going to give you this link and you can go ahead and verify all the resources, right? So first, more than 60% of companies and 60% of premium is given to people who have the AI skills versus who do not have the AI skills, right? People who have AI skills are sought to grow faster in the enterprise and the business landscape, right? And most of the companies have AI skills mentioned in almost all of their job descriptions. I'm not talking about PMs, I'm not talking about engineers. I'm talking about almost all job descriptions. Marketing, sales, automation, every kind of job is now having some or the other kind of AI skills that are needed. Right. Then we have gone through multiple tags that are mentioned. Right. So by looking at the multiple keywords, we are able to see that artificial intelligence is actually fighting with the number one skill, which is communication. Right. So it is in top 3 among communication, artificial intelligence, and management. Right. So it is not about you like AI or not. It is not about AI is hype or not. Businesses have been able to find the value in AI, and they have been able to understand that, yes, we need to use AI in order to remain competitive in the environment. Right. And although this contains a lot of data, let me go ahead and tell you the important part. Let me go ahead and tell you the important part here, which is what are the things that are going to be like when we talk about AI skills and you should learn AI, what do I exactly mean? So understand, these are the skills ranked. The number one skill that most of the companies need when it comes to AI is building with AI, which is, can you go ahead and use AI to build something and solve problems? I'm going to, like, all of these 3 sessions are only pointed towards that particular subject. The second is prototyping. Initially, it was very difficult to create prototypes, and because prototypes are experiments, most of the companies were not willing to spend time and money on creating prototypes. With AI, it is much easier, right? Workflow design. Now, in old way, we used to go ahead and get a lot of people to work on multiple tasks. Now, every company is focusing on building AI-driven workflows. And I'm sure your company would also be doing something or else, and you know about it, right? And the third part is judgment. Now, this is a very important skill, like the fourth skill, which is, now that AI can do so many things, what is good, what is bad, what is going to work with the customers, what is going to work in the market is something that you need to figure out. So initially, what used to happen was, just taking a step back, in the chat, everyone tell me how many of you are from product management background. Tell me in the chat, guys, if you are from product management background. Wonderful. Yes, many of you are. Let me just go ahead and show you this. Okay, I've heard, guys. You can stop now. Yes. Cool. Now look at this. I'm just giving you example from product management, but this is happening across the industries, across the job roles. So talking about the first part, right? So as a PM, you basically do three things. First, you discover, which is you understand the customers, you understand the market, you create the product strategy, you create the product roadmap, you understand the data so that you are able to decide what to build, right? This is called as the discovery part, right? The second thing that you do is once you have understood what to build, now you are going to work with your team, such as developers and designers, in order to make it, which is called as delivery. The first part is discovery, deciding what to build. Second is delivery, building it. And the third part is distribution, which is how do you collaborate with the marketing and the sales team in order to take the product out in the market, getting the users and earning the money from the same, right? So the simple framework to understand product management is you do discovery, you do delivery, you do distribution. Now, people who are product managers or product management professionals in the chat, tell me ideally as a product manager where you should spend most of your time. Tell me ideally as a product manager where you should spend most of your time. People on YouTube, you should also go ahead and use the chat option, or you can also use the comment option. Yes. Most of the people agree when I talk about discovery. Right? Now, stop everyone. Stop and listen to this. Now, my next question is, all of you agreed, almost 90% of you agreed that you should focus on discovery. But now tell me, in reality, where do you spend most of your time? Discovery, delivery, or distribution? Yes. So what happens is, although you are supposed to do discovery and find out the greatest ideas of the world, because you understand your engineers are going to become a bottleneck, your designers are going to become a bottleneck, and for doing one task you have to follow up with 10 people. What you do, because you already understand delivery is going to take so much time, what you do is you go ahead and try to focus more on delivery so that I can build this thing rightly rather than building the right thing, right? So every product manager, even someone who is just reading about product management, they know that discovery is important. But even the best product managers of the world, they are stuck in just following up with marketing team, their sales team, their developers, their designers in order to get the work done. And because of which what happens is that generally as product manager, you start taking very, very safe decisions. So you have an amazing idea. What you do is, you just go ahead and try to research on that. But no matter what kind of research that you do, you are never convinced that this idea is going to work without shipping something to the customers. That is the reality of the market. Every idea that you take right now, you take Google, you take Facebook, you take Spotify. If I talk to you that idea on day zero, it will look like a stupid idea, right? But people build, they take the feedback, and then they go ahead and iterate from there. Right? So because of which what happens, most of the product managers, because they understand that delivery is going to be very tough, they go ahead and focus more on making things easier than making the things right. Right? Tell me guys, agree or disagree if you agree with this sentence. Now understand. Now understand. Now understand. AI is a hope here. AI is a hope because the cost of building things. Understand? I am going to tell you in this program. It is my promise how to build. But because it is so easy to build, understand? I am saying it is so easy to build because I can teach you how to build in just 3 days. So you can understand if I can go ahead and promise to a room of people coming from so many different backgrounds, even without knowing your background, that I can train you how to build things with AI in just 3 days. So you can understand that the cost of building and the skill of building is coming almost to zero. Right? So now you are unlocking a new power that if you can build so many things quickly, it is easier for you to go ahead and focus on the right things. Right? Because now you can conduct so many experiments as well. Right? You can go ahead and conduct so many experiments as well. Right? So the AI is unlocking a lot of power for you as a product manager so that you can do better discovery. Better discovery means people think that discovery means only going ahead and talking to the users and doing the research. No, guys. Discovery also means understanding what you can from interviews, from surveys, from talking to people, but then going ahead and building something very small, showing it to the users, getting their feedback, so that before you go to the developers, you have something that is more backed by data. Right? A quick yes on everyone if you're able to understand this. Right? And now understand one more thing. Now understand one more thing, that there are plethora of AI use cases that people have been able to identify. In your personal life, you are using AI for taking advice from AI, decision support. For example, if you are taking a decision, you always, I know even if you don't agree to it, I know that you guys are always going ahead and talking to AI in order to take some decisions, right? For many of you, AI is also an emotional and professional reflection tool. It is good or bad, that's a different thing, but I'm sure you guys are doing that. Everyone is doing that. Right? AI is also used for coding and building software, writing and communication, learning and studying, and multiple life course. When you go ahead and go on a trip right now, you go ahead and ask AI to create an itinerary for you. When you have a lot of data, you go ahead and ask AI in order to go ahead and simplify it for you. Right? In the chat, can you guys tell me what are you using AI for as an individual? Tell me your use cases of using AI. Don't tell me research, guys. Research is a very vague term. What do you research? Amazing. Yes. Now look at this. In businesses also, now this is where the money is. In businesses also, the businesses are creating customer support agents. If there are so many customers that are coming to your customer support asking questions, the AI can now not only answer them, it can take actions on them. If someone wants a refund and the refund is very low risk, maybe less than $2, the AI can do it by itself. Right? For software engineering, AI is used at scale. Almost all the companies of the world are using AI. You talk to any friend who is working in a tech company, ask them that, do your engineers have subscription for Cursor or Antigravity or Claude? I can tell you almost 100% of them are going to say yes. Right? Content design and production. Now I'm sure you guys are on YouTube. Every second ad is built through AI. Right? Third, information processing. Now, there are a lot of banks or a lot of companies who give you loans. In order to give loans, they need to understand your credit score. They need to understand 10 documents that you are going to submit. Initially, a person is going to set it, he's going to or she is going to understand the documents before signing the loan. Now, AI can do this information processing and 100 kinds of information processing in just a couple of minutes. Right? Third, fraud and risk detection. right? You can go ahead and do so many things in fraud and risk detection with AI. I'm sure I do not have to tell you what are these kind of use cases. Forecasting and planning, it has been a very old use case of AI, right? How does Netflix knows what to go ahead and recommend you next, right? Internal knowledge search. Your company is a big company. It is sitting on a lot of data. But every time you need to find any data, you go to your data science team or your data analyst, you ask them to run a SQL query, and then you get the answer. This is inefficient. Now, AI and tools such as Glean can go ahead and give you one interface, and you can go talk to your knowledge base just with the help of natural language. Right? And I'm also going to tell you in these sessions how these systems are created. Then there are agentic workflows. Right? Agentic workflows. As in, I can not just search information. I can go to make my trip. I can click on their AI assistant. I can say that go ahead and plan a trip for me from India to London to Switzerland and back to India in the cheapest possible rates, so that I only am traveling in night. You can give such a complex term to their AI, and it will not only give you the itinerary, it will go ahead and search for you. It can also go ahead and book flights for you with your permission. Right? So information is now meeting action. Right? And this is also an example of the customer facing agent, which is customers are going ahead and using these agents rather than clicking the buttons or typing something. They're actually going ahead and doing actions in your product with the help of natural language. Right? Yes. Can you guys tell me in the chat, what your company can use AI for? Tell me the name of your company and tell me what do you think they can use AI for, or they are using AI for. Everyone, do a quick exercise. Tell me in the chat the name of your company and what they can or they are using AI for. Yes, everything is not an answer, guys. Task is not an answer. Give me something specific. Yes. So right now, many people are talking about research. They are talking about automation. They are talking about information processing. Understand? These are high-level answers. In these 3 days, I'm going to give you a framework so that you do not remain high level. You are specifically able to tell that this is what I'm going to do with AI, and this is how I'm going to do this. Right? Now, I'm sure you guys are able to understand so many use cases of AI. Now, let me give you a reality. Because there is one thing that we learn from history that we do not learn anything from the history. Right? Understand, guys. Internet, World Wide Web, was born in 1990. Right? It took us 4 years in order to get to the first search engine. Almost the first engine. Yahoo was not actually, it was Excite, but the same time. Right? It took us 5 years in order to get to first and second shopping website. It took us 8 years to get to music sharing on AI, on internet. It took us almost 16 years in order to get to Twitter, 14 years to Facebook, and 17 years to a good email like Gmail. Right? And it took us almost 20, not 26, but maybe 30 years in order to get to quick commerce, such as Zepto and the DoorDash of the world. Right? Understand? We are in this phase of AI right now. We are in this phase of AI right now. Right? You can see right now, if you are able to understand so many use cases, what is going to go ahead and happen going forward. Right? So all of us actually are sitting on a lot of potential. There are 99% of use cases of AI which are going to help the humanity, that we have not even thought about right now. Right? So the best advice that I can give you right now is to go ahead and open your both hands and embrace AI and make sure that you are able to take best of this opportunity. And understand, guys, it is not difficult. Right? So the purpose of scene 1 was to make sure that you guys understand that what is happening with AI. Right? So tell me, guys, in one line, what is your takeaway from scene? Yes. Look at AI as a potential. Right? So right now, AI is like a seed. By looking at the seed, you cannot say that it is going to grow into something or the other. It is going to go, how big of a plant it can become. Right? But your purpose as an opportunist is to make sure that you are able to do best with that seed, which is give it the right environment, work on it, plant it, give it the right kind of maybe water and take care of it so that when it grows, it is able to help you out. Right? And by taking care of the plant, I mean, you should go ahead and learn AI. Right? You should go ahead and learn AI. Right? And all the things about that, there is so much water that is needed to go ahead and use AI, or there are so many GPUs that are needed, or there are so many, let's say, environmental effects or negative effects of AI. Understand, guys, all of these problems are solvable. Right? All of these problems are solvable. You can either be on one side, which is pessimistic and letting go of this opportunity, or you can be on the other problem solver side. It is your choice. Right? And also, in the last session on the third day, I am going to give you such use cases of AI that you should be able to think beyond the professional work. Understand, AI is not such a small piece of technology that can only be spent in getting people to make more money or become more productive. There are some very pressing problems of humankind that only AI can solve at scale. Right? So we are going to talk about, but on the third day. Right now, let's focus on making sure that you are full hands on learning AI. Right? Now, let's talk about scene number 2, which is learning GenAI. Right? So many people, when they think about learning GenAI, on day 0, it looks like this. Can you guys guess the movie? Yes. When you make up your mind to learn about AI, so what happens is some of your friend has got a good job and they have put AI in their resume multiple times, or you have been able to inspired by maybe a job description which says that if you get AI, we are going to give you this much money, right? So you are inspired either by LinkedIn or a friend or maybe some of the job descriptions, and you go ahead and start creating a plan for yourself. On day 0, you go to ChatGPT, you go to Claude, and you just go ahead and create a long list of things that you can do. This is how you feel on day 1. Right? But many people make a mistake. Right? And that mistake has been a fundamental learning across all the topics that you have learned. So every time when you want to learn something, everyone will tell you that start from the fundamentals. If you want to learn how to write a spelling, or if you want to learn how to communicate, start with the alphabets. Right? But with AI, that is actually paradoxically a mistake. Understand, AI is right now, the AI that we are using is a high level use case. If you go deeper, we have AI. Below this, we have deep learning. Then we have machine learning. Then we have statistics. And then we have maths. When you search on the internet about how do I make sense of GenAI, you are going to get this ladder. And if you make a mistake of going to the fundamentals of AI in order to learn that at this point of time in the world, then you are making a very critical mistake. I'm sure you guys are going to feel like this. Tell me yes or no if you are able to understand the situation now. Yes. So I am giving you a very controversial piece of advice. And the piece of advice is, please do not start from mathematics, statistics, machine learning in order to learn about AI right now. It is not the way. You will demotivate yourself in just 1 week, and then you will think about something else. Right? When someone becomes a computer programmer, yes, they're like, for example, I'm sure many of you might be knowing software engineering. You have also learned about 8080 processors, 8086 processors. You have learned about how electron flows and everything. But understand, most of the things that you are using in computer science right now in your job, that you have learned in a couple of years. Right? But because you are a student, you have spent maybe 18 years of your life in learning in the school and 5 years of life or 4 years of life in doing an engineering degree, that was justified. Right now, at this point, it is not. Unless if you were so intelligent that you can go ahead and learn all the computer science and statistics concepts already, you would have done it already. Right? So please make sure that you do not waste a lot of your time in going to unnecessary fundamentals. Learn about the applications. And that is what I called as purpose-driven learning. Purpose-driven learning. What is purpose-driven learning? Rather than going to the fundamentals of the apple fall on Newton, and that is how he discovered everything, and that is how things are going to go, you go ahead and start with a purpose. Right? So we had a student very recently at HelloPM who is in the, I think, 4th trimester of his MBA. Now, in MBA, what happens is you have to choose subjects. There are about 20 subjects and maybe about 35 to 40 credits. Some subjects have 2 credits, some subjects have 4 credits. So it becomes like a permutation and combination game for people in order to decide the right topics and the right credits so that they are able to work within these credits. Right? So this person, what he did was, he actually created a product or a small app through which his friends and his other colleagues as IMs can go ahead and use this in order to decide what subjects they should take. Right? So a very interesting problem. So he has a purpose, and for that purpose, he came, he learned everything, and eventually he was able to go ahead and build something, he and his bunch of friends. This is called as purpose-driven development. Very recently, I had a friend who is almost like maybe about 48 years old, never coded in his life. He runs a grocery shop in a small town of Gwalior. Right? He called me to say that he has recently built an app through which he can manage his inventory, and he can send proposals to his wholesaler clients, like to his wholesaler friends. And he built it all on Lovable and Google AI Studio. Someone who did not know how to code. Understand, if he would have learned from scratch about just for learning, then maybe he would have gotten overwhelmed. But he had a clear purpose. So make sure that you become a problem solver rather than learning for the sake of learning. Because if you learn for the sake of learning, there are so many things in the world to learn. You will easily get overwhelmed. Right? A quick yes or no, everyone, if you're able to understand this. Purpose-driven learning. Right? When you try to build something that is a use case, then it is easier for you to motivate yourself and go further. Right? Having said that, I do not want you guys to be misinformed as well. Misinformed as in, it's not that you should know how to prompt AI well. As a responsible person, you should also know what are the building blocks of AI, so that if you're building your own product, you should be able to understand the fundamentals. I'm not saying that you should go into the fundamentals of machine learning and statistics, but there are some high level stuffs and keywords that you should be knowing whenever you want to go ahead and build with GenAI. Understand, here we are talking about GenAI. We are not talking about the whole AI. The whole talking, the valuation, and every opportunity right now is for GenAI, right? And GenAI works on a piece of technology. Can you tell me, at the center of GenAI, what is the technology that is being used? What is that piece of technology that is at the center of all of this GenAI revolution? Yes, correct. Large language models. Large language models. Right. So now everyone, please focus on this. I'm going to tell you some fundamentals about large language model. This is the vocabulary that you should be knowing of. This will be helpful for you not only in order to understand how GenAI works, but in many interviews, people are going to ask you this question. This is like a common tech lingo, common AI literacy that every company is asking. Right. So understand, you are a human, and how you learn is that you have either read some books, or you have interacted with people, or you have done some observations, or you have been in an environment because of which what happens is you have been able to identify patterns. And when you identify patterns, if a new situation comes to you, you are able to also try to solve that particular situation. Right? So human beings learn by exposing themselves to multiple situations, then learning the patterns, and then as they move forward, they keep on learning. Right? So LLMs work in the same way. What happens in LLMs is, LLMs are just a piece of algorithms, like very big mathematical functions comprising of numbers, right? Where what we do is, we first collect a lot of data. So how do you learn? You have to expose yourself to knowledge. So what we do is, there is a phase called as pre-training. There is a phase called as pre-training, right? Let me step out from here and get here. Okay, look at this carefully, everyone. So what we do is, in order to create a large language model, we have a phase. Phase number 1 is called as pre-training. In the pre-training, we need to collect a lot of data so that we are able to show this data to the algorithm, and algorithm can start learning. Right? So we collect the data from the internet, from the books, and multiple other places. Then we clean the data. Right? And we break the data into a smaller part so that we can feed it to the LLM. Right? You do not consume all the data at once. You consume a sentence, a book, an idea at a time. Right? So we have to collect this data. Now, these are words such as dog, such as cat, such as kitten, such as bank, such as bat. Right? But algorithms or computers can only understand numbers. Right? They can only understand numbers. So how do you make sure that these things are understood to a computer algorithm, which is your large language model? So what we do is, we have a concept called as vectors. We have a concept called as vectors. Okay, so understand, how do you differentiate between a cat and a kitten? Tell me in the chat, everyone, how do you differentiate between the cat and the kitten? Yes. You look at age, you look at size. Right? How do you differentiate between a dog and a cat? Yes. How it looks, how they behave.
right? So now what people were able to find, that if we are able to understand the features as in, look at this, dog, or maybe better than dog, a better example is a man, a woman, a king, and a queen, right? A man, a woman, a king, and the queen. Now, how do we differentiate between man, woman, king, and queen? The first part is obviously the gender. The second part is their royalty. The third part is the amount of money that they have. The fourth part is the amount of authority that they have. Right? And now, man, the gender is 1. He is a male. Woman, the gender you can either say it's 0 or you can tell it -1. Right? Then king, gender is 1. Queen, gender is 0 or 1. Royalty, the man is, maybe they are not completely royal, but in their home they are royal, right? So maybe 0.1. A woman is the queen of her house, so maybe 0.2. A king is always king, and maybe she is 0.9. Right? Accordingly, you can fill all of these things. Now you are able to understand that for these features, we are able to assign numbers. So what I can do is, in order to represent a man, I can write a number. 1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and things like that. So I can decide multiple features, and then I can give numbers common across the things, and then I can represent a real physical quantity or a noun or a word in the real language into the computer language. This is called as vectors. A quick yes or no, everyone, if you're able to understand this. Yes. And also, how is it done? How this is done? This is also done through going through a lot of data. So understand, internally, the model is not looking at king as a male or something. This is, I have told you, for understanding. Right? But what model does is, model understands the image, it understands the word, it understands multiple other words from which it is used, and then it assigns a meaning. Right? I do not know what the features are. You do not know what the features are. The scientists do not know what the features are. This is a black box. Right? So in OpenAI, the embedding that they use, the vector that they use, there are more than 500, 1500 actually parameters or features. Right? So this is how, for every word, we are able to assign a vector. Right? So now these vectors are converted into tokens, and then we are able to feed them to the algorithm. And slowly, the algorithm learns. Right? When it reads one book, they have some understanding. When they read 2 books, they have different understanding. For example, when you learn from first session today, when you go ahead and learn from first session today, you will have some understanding, but not confident. Tomorrow, you will build something, you will get more confident. Day after, you will go ahead and become more confident. So as we keep on increasing the data to train, the models become more and more and more sophisticated. Right? Vectors are also created in the same way. For vectors, we feed a lot of data to the vector models, and then they are able to find the relation, and then they are able to draw the features. Right? So this is vectors. In pre-training, we go ahead and create the vectors and we fed it to the LLM, and the LLM is able to understand the patterns. Right? But understand, when the data is being fed, understand guys, vectors can be for images also. They can be for words also. So vectors are multimodal, which is they can be of videos, audios, images, and everything. Right? Understand, images are a bit easier to understand. Right? If you look at an image, and image is already a mathematical computation. For example, if you take this screen 9020 by 1080, it means it has so many pixels. This is 1 pixel. Now, every pixel is a color, which is a combination of R, G, and V. So now this is mathematical. R is 255. This is 255. This is 255. That means it is white. Right? And then these things happen. Right? So this is how the models are able to make sense, how the data is inputted. Right? So now when you have gone ahead, taken the data from the internet and everywhere, and you are training the model on the same, you get something called as a base model. A base model is like a newborn child, right? They know how to eat, they know how to catch things, they know how to cry for help, they know these basic things. But if you do not give them right education, right morals, right moral compass, or right behave to stay in the society, they'll not be able to behave in the society. So what we do is, when we have children or kids at home, we get them to schools, we train them, we go ahead and give them some religious text to go ahead and read, so that based on which religion you are, either the kid is going to trust that maybe this religion is everything or other religion is everything, right? So we go ahead and we post train. After the human is in the world, we go ahead and train it with some curated information, moral stories, mathematics, science, religious texts, and then they go ahead and build a character. In the LLM world, this is called as post-training. So in post-training, what we do is, the frontier labs such as OpenAI, DeepSeek, Anthropic, they go ahead, they put experts. The experts are going to create a list of inputs and outputs. And these are fed to the model again. And the model now fixes the behavior. Right? A quick yes on everyone if you're able to understand what is post-training, what is happening there. Here, this is a costly process. Actual data has to be created here. Right? So we have done this post-training part. In post-training, what we are doing is, yes, in post-training, what we are doing is, we are now going ahead and training the model on curated data. Let me give you an example. A common issue with large language model is that if you ask them a question, even if they don't know the answer, they will try to go ahead and give you the answer. Because at the core, this large language model is just a next token predictor. So it is their nature. For example, if you go ahead and ask the kid, why have you done this? Right? If it's a 3, 4, 5-year old kid, they will try to make up stories that this has happened, that has happened, and you'll understand that they are just going ahead and mincing the words. They are just making up the stories, right? Because when you ask them the question, they think they are supposed to answer. They don't know any better. So with the models also, if you go ahead and ask model something, they don't know how to say no. And then they are going to go ahead and give you hallucinated answers. So for that, the team at Meta, understand this was a very big problem in 2022, 2023 when ChatGPT came, right? That model, if you ask for a random question, it will give you a hallucinated bad answer. Right now it has reduced. So what Meta has done is, Meta has put in some unique data in their post-training. So they told the model, they gave some hypothetical questions which do not have the answer. Which is, take a name of a random book and the random author and say that, give me the summary of this random book by the random author. Give me the summary of Perry Hotter and what does it mean to say. Now you know that there is no word like a Perry Hotter. There is a book called as Harry Potter, right? But the model will try to give you the answer. So what they have done is, Meta has given them these kind of questions, such as, give me the summary of the book Perry Hotter, right? So model, and for the question they have given this, and for the answer they have given that I do not know the answer. The answer was, I do not know the answer. And they give multiple of these combinations in the post-training phase so that the model is able to learn that it is okay to say no. Right. So we also go ahead and we also teach our children in the same way that if you don't know the answer, tell us, we are going to help you out. Right. So this is how the post-training works. So in the post-training, we have two methods. There are two methods of post-training. The first method is supervised fine-tuning, SF, supervised fine-tuning, where what we do is we give them a set of inputs and outputs, and the model learns from them, it updates its parameters. Right. And the second model is reinforcement learning through human feedback. Reinforcement learning through human feedback. In RLHF, what happens is we don't give them the answer. We ask it to generate the answer. It generates multiple answers. It generates multiple answers. And then we go ahead and tell it that this is the right answer. And whatever things it has done for the right answer, it is going to learn that. And it is going to change the behavior. Right? This is how you train most of the animals. Right? When you want something, like you want the animal to do something, you give them a treat so that they understand that this behavior is very good. And then they start learning that. Right? So reinforcement learning through human feedback and supervised fine-tuning. Now things are evolving. So what people are also doing is, understand, in order to do supervised fine-tuning and reinforcement learning through human feedback, what we are doing is, the problem here is that you need a lot of data in order to train the model. For supervised fine-tuning, you need experts who are going to give you this data into inputs and outputs. And similarly, for reinforcement learning through human feedback, you need to give a human, like have a human who can give the feedback to the AI. That is it a good answer or it is a bad answer. So now the intelligent labs in China have figured out that why don't they go ahead and use AI for this task? Why don't they go ahead and use AI for this task? So now what is happening is, it is claimed, although the claims are not proved, but based on what China does, it could be true, which is that in order to build DeepSeek, all the data that was used for post-training, it was actually created or fetched from ChatGPT and Claude. So they asked ChatGPT to create clean data for training so that DeepSeek can be trained with clean data and they do not have to pay people and they can do it at scale. Right? This is also called as distillation or transfer learning. Distillation from one model and using it for the other. Yes. Everyone, a quick yes or no if you're able to understand everything so far. Yes. Revise the recording, Satyaprakash. Right? Cool. Now we are going to take a quick break of 5 minutes. Understand, guys, we have to learn a lot of things right now. There are so many terms that I have to tell you, and we are also going to build something that is my promise. So let's go ahead and take a quick break of 5 minutes and then come back with more energy. Please get up from your chair, do some stretches and come back. Do not look at your mobile in this meanwhile if you can. Right? Go ahead, guys, take a break and we'll see each other after this timer ends. Yes. Now let's move forward. So we have talked about the prompts, the tokens, the vectors, and the mathematical representation of these vectors is called as embeddings, right? Like the zeros and ones that I have gone ahead and talked to you about, right? Now, understand all of these are, right? All of these are numbers and numbers need to be processed. Before that, let me tell you one more thing. Listen to this very carefully, everyone. This is an important part, okay? I am giving you two sentences. The first sentence is, the bat flies in the sky and eats insects. And Sachin uses his bat again to smash a century. Right? I hope everyone is able to understand the two sentences. Right? Can you guys tell me what is the difference between the bat here and the bat here? Very good. Yes. Very good. So now understand, how are you able to understand that the bat is, we are talking about an animal? Because you are able to see fly, you are able to see insects, you are able to see eat. Eat and flies are the word that tells the sentence that yes, this actually we are talking about a animal which is bat. And here when we talk about smash a century or Sachin, we are able to understand that right now we are actually talking about a bat, which is actually a instrument through which we can play. Right? This is an object. Right? So how do the models know this? So now, before 2017, we used to find the meaning of every word by the usage of that word, which is we were considering one word at a time. But then some people from Google's brain and Google's DeepMind team, they understood that if you want to really understand the meaning of a word or a sentence, you should look at the full context. You should look at the full context. Right? So rather than looking at one word at a time, what they did was they understood the whole sentence, which is Sachin. Let me take this here. Yes. So they wrote it like this. Sachin smashed a century with his bat. Right? And then they compared it with every word, which is Sachin made a century with his bat. Understand, I am a bit simplifying the situation for you because in reality, these are tokens, but for understanding at high level, this is good enough. Right? So now every word would be compared with every word, right? Sachin, full context. Sachin and century. This tells that we are thinking about cricket. Sachin about bat. That means this bat is actually, we are talking about an object. So accordingly, the vectors are going to change. Right? So every word is compared with every other word. And then we get the true or contextual meaning. Right? This part is called as attention. So every word or every token is attending to the other tokens to make sure that they're able to understand the meaning better. This is called as attention. And there is a benchmark paper from 2017 or 18 called as Attention is All You Need. Right? Even if you do not know how to read paper, just give this text search for this paper on Google, give it to ChatGPT and ask it to explain you like a 5-year-old. Right? So this is attention. Right? And now one more thing, right? Now understand, in order to do calculations, historically, we have been using CPUs. Our computers have CPUs, central processing units, where we are able to go ahead and have threads, right? Now, in order to do these mathematical operations where there are a lot of vectors, to understand vectors are range of numbers, large numbers, right? Long numbers, right? Similarly, you have to compare every other number with the other number. So it is going to create multiple matrix multiplications. Matrix are the set, are numbers which are also a set of numbers. Right? I'm sure in your 9th or 10th or 11th grade, you guys have studied about what metrics are. These are like big numbers, right? Now, in order to multiply these numbers, CPUs are slow. They cannot do good parallel processing, right? They cannot do good parallel processing, right? So people understood that where is it that we have been able to do parallel processing? So people understood that in order to create games, in games we create scenes. And in order to render scenes, we need parallel computation. And that used to happen with GPUs. So GPUs are good with parallel computation. That is why the GPU has become the heart of this AI revolution. Right? So we have gone from LLM, post-training, pre-training, post-training, and then we talk about attention, and then we are now at GPUs. Right? This is how the things are being connected. Right? Attention. And now in order for attention, we need high quality computing. So we have the GPUs. And that is why, how you know that, why we have moved from, let's say, why NVIDIA is 10x the valuation of what it was 5 years ago. Right? And this we have also discussed. Yes. Now, when you are building the model, that is called as training the model. So manufacturing process of a model is called as training the model, right? But when you use the model, that is called as inference. So when you use ChatGPT, you give it a prompt, it gives you the answer. That part is called as inference, right? I'm just telling you the word because it is going to be frequently occurring in the AI vocabulary, right? And now there is one more question that I need to ask you guys. Okay. So, yes, we are going to do this session for about half an hour more, guys. Then we are going to take a break for tomorrow. Okay. So be there with me for about half an hour, 40 minutes. Cool. Okay. But I'm sure you guys are like, tell me in the chat if you guys are liking the session. Tell me if you guys are feeling interactive and liking the information that you are getting. Yes. Yes. Now understand this. Now understand this. Okay. Let us try to think from a very high level. Okay. So understand that if you look at a very high level, then the LLMs are actually doing one of the three jobs. You give some kind of input to the LLM, and understand, guys, what I'm telling you is evergreen information. I can jump to the tools, but what tool I'm telling you today, tomorrow it is going to go ahead and remain. It is going to go ahead and remain, became irrelevant, right? Now, here is a mental model that you should understand now, and this is going to help you beyond just the tool information. Okay. So when you given to any kind of input to the LLM is doing one of these three things. Either you can use the LLM in order to understand something, or you can use the LLM in order to transform something, or you can use the LLM in order to generate something. For example, if we map the use cases, if you want to understand a particular technical concept, that what is LLM, what is RLHF, what is fine tuning, you give the context to the LLM, you give the question to the LLMs helps you understand that, right? So LLM is helping a human understand a concept. The second part is transform. TRANSFORM. After this session is done, I'm going to take the transcript. I'm going to put it to ChatGPT and I'm going to say that please create notes or summaries from the same. That is called as transformation. You can transform one piece of information from one to another. Here, you can use translation. One language can be transformed to another language. That is called as translation. One whole essay can be converted into a summary, right? One image can be converted into another image. That is called as transformation, right? And the third is generation. By understanding the context, the LLM can go ahead and generate new information. So I can go ahead and give LLM a simple sentence that write an essay on this. And then it is going to go ahead and generate the complete essay for me. I can go to Cursor and ask it to create an app for me. And it is going to write all the code for me. So the mental model is that LLMs can help you understand, transform, and generate content. Now, because of this, you are unlocking so many potentials. So whatever use cases that I have given you initially, these are all applications of understand, transform, and generate, UTG. Right? In the advice and support part, if you are able to observe, the LLM is understanding you and it is generating the information for you. Right? In the customer support agents, it is understanding the whole context of your company, and then it is generating the answer for the employee or for the customer. Right? So you need to understand the three terms: understand, transform, and generate, and then you should be able to go ahead and leverage LLMs to your own use cases. Right? Now, there is one limitation or maybe two big limitations of LLMs. Okay, there are two big limitations of LLMs. One is obviously hallucination, that they make wrong claims with a lot of confidence. This is although reducing, but is not going to be zero, right? Second is the context window. Context window is how much information can an LLM take at any point of time. Input plus output, right? Input or output, right? So LLM have these limitations and some more, but these are the important ones. These are the important ones. Now, let's look at how this limits. Let's say let's talk about practical use cases. How many of you know about Granula as a product? Yes or no, if you have heard about Granula as a product? Yes. So Granula is your smart meeting note taker. You can see many messages from people in the chat who says that I am joining from this meeting note taker. And then this meeting note taker is going to help them create the summary. Right? So how Granula works is very, very simple. How Granula works is Granula or Fireflies or Otter or Readwise, these many things. So what they do is they are called as smart meeting note taker, as Sai has mentioned. They go ahead and get the meetings transcript. So either they join you on Zoom, or they join on Google Meet, or they join on Teams, and they are receiving the transcript. And from the transcript, they give the transcript to the large language model. And the large language model, it generates the summary. It solves a real problem, because if I'm doing so many meetings, if I do not know what is there in the meeting, if I'm not able to recall, that meeting is wasted. So summaries really help. So it solves a problem, right? Now they are giving the transcript to the LLM, and then the LLM generates the summary. So can anyone tell what is the instruction that they have given to the LLM? What is the instruction that they have given to the LLM along with transcript? What they would have written? Tell me in the chat, guys, what they would have written. Yes, very good, Shivang. So they would have written something like, go ahead and transform this into something, right? Yes. Let me show you what is the prompt that they use. Okay. Look at this. So they might have given this kind of prompt. Which is, so they have the transcript. Now they are putting this prompt along with the transcript to a large language model like Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, right? And this is what they are saying. They are saying, you are an expert chief of staff and note taker. Given the following raw meeting transcript, generate a structured and actionable summary that includes the following sections: meeting title, date, key decisions, action items, open questions, and everything. Right? And this is sent to the user. And the user is happy that now they do not have to go through the complete meeting. So understand what is happening with Granular is, this is called as a system prompt, right? So system prompt, which is written by the product managers or the engineering team at Granular, this system prompt along with the transcript is sent to the LLM and the LLM generates the summary. This is called as a system prompt that I have shown you right now. Right. So now you can imagine that products such as Granular, ChatPID, and multiple AI products that you are using, all of them are using some or the other kind of system prompts. Right. A quick yes or no, everyone, if you are able to understand this. Yes. Similarly, ChatGPT would also have a prompt. ChatGPT would also have a system prompt that you are a helpful assistant who help people in multiple ways. For audio to text, there could be multiple other models, such as Whisper and Google speech to text. Right. Now let's move a bit forward. Right. We are able to understand that how products such as Granular are created. Right. Now, let me talk to you about one more product. The product is Make My Trip Myra. What she does is, what this AI bot does is, you can go to Make My Trip, or most of the travel platforms have these days. What you can do is, you can go there, you can ask that I want an itinerary for 3 days. I have to go to these places. Help me with the hotels and the flight bookings, which are at the cheapest price. Right. So it is going to understand your request and it is going to show you the option. You just have to go ahead and press on the book button. Right. This is how Myra works. Similarly, another example is, there is a product called as Notion Agents. So in Notion Agents, you can automate so many things. So when your engineer is attending a meeting, in a meeting, they say that I have gone ahead and completed these tasks. The Notion agent is going to understand this, and in their Notion dashboard, they are going to mark these tasks as completed without engineer having to do that. Right. And Notion agent can understand your calendar. It can also go ahead and automatically do the tasks for you. If someone has written something that create a PRD for this, so Notion agent is going to understand your calendar and it is going to go ahead and write the first version of PRD for you. Right. So here what we are doing is, we are using the natural language in order to take action. These are called as agents. Understand, so far we were using LLMs. We were using LLMs in order to take information and transform that information, or generate the information, or transform, understand, or generate the information. Right. But now what we are doing is, we are taking action. And when your AI starts taking action, it is called as an agent. When the AI starts taking the action, it is called as agent, which is, agent is a LLM plus 2. Right. Can you guys give me example of some other agents before I can help you understand what agents are? Like, how does this work? N8N is not an agent, is an agent platform. Give me an example of agent, guys. Yes, Lovable is an agent. You just don't go ahead and generate information. It actually helps you build a website and deploy a website. Vercel is not Boltez. Vercel is just a platform to deploy. GitHub Copilot. Amazon Rufus. Yes. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yes. Yes. Enough. Amazing. Now, look at this. So understand, guys, all of these things are very fundamental. All of these things are very easy and fundamental if you understand them clearly rather than with the jargons. Okay, so understand. I'll give you example of Make My Trip. Okay. So on Make My Trip, what happens is they have, let's say if you want to search on Make My Trip. If I go to Make My Trip, let's say I am visiting a city. Let's say I'm going from Delhi to Bangalore, maybe tomorrow. I'll click on search. Yes, one more information, guys. As a part of AI Builder Sprint, we are doing offline events across about 10 to 12 cities across the world, right? Further information would be shared to you on the last day where you can come meet us in these offline events and show what you have built in these AI sprint. So we welcome you all over there as well, right? So now coming back to this, understand, I just click on a couple of buttons and then I have this, right? So what is happening at Make My Trip? So what is happening is Make My Trip would have, let's say, a database, right? So Make My Trip has a database where it might have written that this is a flight number. This is where it is taking the takeoff from. This is the destination. This is the cost. And this is the time of departure. And this is the time of, what do we call it? Arrival. Right. So Make My Trip would have a database at the back end where they have mentioned all of this. Either they are maintaining it by their own or they are consuming it through other airline providers. Right. So they would have a database like this. Everyone, a quick yes or no if you are able to understand this. Make My Trip would have a database like this, which looks like this, where there is information about the flights. Yes. Now look at this carefully. Okay. When I search for a flight, let's say I am on the website and I search for a flight. Let's say I want to go from Delhi to Bangalore. So what will happen is this database is connected to the website with something called as API. So API is called as Application Programming Interface. This is the way through which two systems are able to connect with each other. Right. So the engineer at Make My Trip would have written a code where you can give. So they would have written a code where you can give an input, the city, the from city, the to city, where are you coming from, where are you going, and time or date. And then by taking these three parameters, it will search in the database. And then it will search and it will return what? It will return the list of flights. Right? Everyone, a quick yes or no if you are able to understand this. I am helping you understand how the system works at the back end. Only the Make My Trip part. We are going to insert AI in just a moment. right? So now if you're able to understand this carefully, what we are doing is, in order to fetch the list of flights from one place to another, I need, which API do I need? So here the API is search, right? Slash search is the API. And I also need the from city, the to city, and the time, right? So I need 4 things. These 3 variables and one API endpoint. This is called as endpoint or API destination. Where are you going to get the data from? Okay, so now we have the API for search. Similarly, we would have an API for booking. In order to book a flight on Make My Trip, what you need is, you need the flight number, you need the date, and you need maybe the reservation type, which is it economy or booking or something, right? So here also understand, I simplified the API into 2 things, the endpoint and the variables, right? The variables. So whenever I need to go ahead and execute any action on any website of the world, whether it is my product or any other product, I need the API, right? And the nuance with the API is that it needs, the nuance with the API is that it needs a structured input. Structured as in the name of the API plus the variables in the structure. Otherwise, it will not be able to understand what to do, right? Tell me everyone if you're able to understand what is structured input, the API and the variables. Yes. So we have the structured input. Now understand, I have already told you LLMs can do what? LLMs can go ahead and understand, transform, and generate content. So what you can do is, so understand, this is how agents work. Look at this carefully, everyone now. Look at this now, guys. What we are doing is, first, we get the request from the user, which is, user says in natural language, book a flight from Delhi to, I'm keeping it simple, Bangalore on 11th July. Right. Now, what we will do is, we will not give it directly to the LLM. We will write a system prompt. The system prompt is, Make My Trip has following APIs. Okay. API name, search. API purpose, search for flights between 2 destinations. Right? Then API inputs, what is it that it needs, which is destination city, origin city, and time. There could be more variables, but I'm just keeping it simple, right? And then it is done. Similarly, I can have an API for booking, I can have an API for multiple other things. So different actions then that Make My Trip can do. It can take your payment, it can go ahead and apply a discount code, it can go ahead and do the search, it can go ahead and do the payment, and so many things. For all of these would have created the APIs, right? So now what I'm going to write, Make My Trip has following APIs. Understand the user query. So user query is the prompt that is given by the user. Convert into the right API request and send to the user for confirmation before executing that. Everyone, please look at this very carefully and tell me if you are able to understand. So just we are giving the context and then we have created an agent. Everyone, look at this prompt carefully and tell me if you're able to understand this. Look at this carefully. Afkar, I think you need to go back to the recording and revise. If you are missing on databases and APIs, you'll not be able to understand further. Right? Now understand, but you cannot rely on LLM to do all of these things, right? So you have some kind of guardrail. So what we are doing here is, we have something called as, structured output. So we ask the LLM, we give one special prompt, which is called as structured output, where we ask the LLM that, boss, please go ahead, plan a 2-day trip to the Paris next week under 80,000 rupees, right? So the LLM is going to understand the request and see from the API request that what it can do, and it is going to generate this structured output. This is a structured output. It could be XML or a JSON, which is understood by your API. So LLM is doing the work of converting the user's natural language query into something your API can understand. And then there are multiple APIs. There can be a search API, search hotel, search availability, currency converter, get weather. It is going to get executed. So this is how LLMs are created. There is something called a structured output that the model is going to give it to your product, and then your product is going to consume it, and then it is going to execute. So Notion agents, Make My Trip agents, your intelligent assistants across copilots are created using the structured outputs. Yes, you can also use MCP. So understand, guys, whatever I have told you right now, what MCP does is, MCP is just a method of expressing your technical API into a format that the LLM can understand. So this is like a mini MCP that I have just written in front of you. We'll talk about MCPs later on. Right? Cool. So tomorrow we are going to discuss about a couple of more important things from here. But right now, let's go forward. Okay. So we have talked about, yes, we'll talk about MCPs and all later on, guys. First, understand we are here to build. So today we have talked about multiple things, right? We have talked about why AI is a, okay, I'll give you the revision from here. So just remain here for 10 more minutes. We are going to build something before you go. Okay. So no links in the chat, Akhil, please. Right? Yes. So we started with scene 1, which is what is happening in the AI world. My verdict or my advice to everyone is, please embrace this opportunity with both the hands. make sure that you are able to go ahead and leverage this opportunity to the maximum. It is such a powerful, beautiful piece of technology. You have almost the same power as the most intelligent person in the world. The people in the US are using the same model, and you are also going ahead and using the same model, right? So you have similar powers, go ahead and leverage them. Now, the barrier of knowledge has been removed. You are limited by your own imagination, right? Then I helped you understand that what the world thinks about AI, what is coming in the reports. What is coming in the reports is that people who know AI are going to remain relevant, and they are going to get better salaries, no matter how you take it as, right? Then I gave you multiple use cases map. And after that, I told you that AI is on day 0 right now. There is so much potential going forward. You have to be at the frontier in order to leverage this opportunity. This is once in a lifetime opportunity if you know how to go ahead and get that. Right? And then we talk about learning GenAI, and I told you a common mistake. The common mistake was that people generally start with the machine learning statistics, and then they got overwhelmed, and then they quit. Understand the fundamentals is good, but understanding how the model works at the back end is only going to feel you make less motivated. Start with a purpose, right? This is a very applied piece of technology. Understand how to drive a car rather than how do I go ahead and fix a broken car or start making a car from scratch, right? If you know how to drive a car, that does not mean you should know how to repair a car or how to create a car from scratch or how the engine mechanism works, right? You are not only a student, you are someone who has to go ahead and earn for your family. So make sure that you are focusing more on applications. After that, I told you multiple terms that can go ahead and help you out, which is tokens, vectors, embeddings, GPUs, inference, pre-training, post-training, supervised fine-tuning, RLHF, and attention, right? RAG we are going to discuss later. Right now, today we don't have time. Maybe tomorrow I'll give you a brief of RAG, right? And then we talk about how these real-world agents are created. It is actually an LLM who is doing everything, right? And then the API is connecting to the LLM, right? And then I told you how granular Make My Trip works. Notebook LLM we can discuss tomorrow, right? Now, one more important thing. Okay, let's go ahead and build something, right? So guys, I am giving you, so I'll take maybe 51, yes. So we are 10 minutes away from closure. What you have to do is, I am giving you something to build today, right? I'll show you how to build. And then you have to give the feedback of the session before you can go, so that I can give you the recordings and all the resources on all the notes. Okay. Yes. A quick yes or no in the chat if you are able to follow everything so far, guys. And tomorrow, please bring your friends. Share that AI sprint link with your friends so they can also get as much value. Knowledge should not be kept to yourself. Knowledge is the only thing that actually increases when you go ahead and share it with the world. Yes. So let's build, right? Now, guys, I am going to tell you a very simple platform. I'm going to tell you a very simple platform. That very simple platform is Google AI Studio. Right. So on Google AI Studio, this is what the platform looks like. This is what the platform looks like. Okay, so what happens in the platform is, look at this very carefully, everyone. So on Google AI Studio, you can build almost any kind of app these days. You can build an Android app, you can connect it to Google Drive, Google Sheet, you can build a web app, you can do so many things, right? You just have to write the prompt here. Better than writing, you can click on this button and you can go ahead and speak out what you want to, right? You can also attach images. For example, you are inspired by a particular design or you want to replicate a particular product. What you can do is, you can just go ahead and click on the plus button, take some screenshot and then put them here. And then you can ask AI to create that for you, right? Now, using this Google AI Studio or any kind of vibe coding platform is stupidly simple. What you just have to do is put a prompt here, right? What are we building today is, tell me on a scale of 1 to 5, how much you hate meetings. 1, you love meetings. 5, you absolutely hate meetings. 1, you love meetings. 5, you hate meetings. Three is not an answer, guys. 3 is being too modest. You don't have to be modest and moderate in this room. Just. Yes. So let's build an app that helps you understand how much time and money that you are wasting in the apps, that you are wasting in the meetings. Okay. So the purpose of app is very simple. Okay. So tell me, guys, if you want to build a product, an app, or a small web page where you can tell the company that how much money are they wasting in the meetings, how would you do that? Tell me the approach. If you want to tell a person a cost of a meeting, how are you going to tell them? Think like a product manager. If you want to tell someone what is the cost of a meeting, how are you going to tell them? How are you going to visualize it for yourself? Yes. So you are going to have your hourly rate. Right. So you are going to have your hourly, like first you will have your monthly rate because most of us are paid in months or weeks. Then you are going to create your hourly rate. And then you are going to calculate an average time, like the average money that your company pays to employee. And then you are going to multiply the number of hours, hourly rate, and something else, the number of people, right? And then you can calculate that this is how much the meeting is costing you. And then in a fun way, you can convert this into some fun that, let's say, you are wasting almost an iPhone worth of money in this meeting. Right? A quick yes on everyone if you're able to understand this. Yes. So very simple product, right? And you can also showcase it on your Instagram, right? Or your LinkedIn. So now this is it. What we are doing is, understand, guys, we are not trying to solve a problem. We are trying to build, right? So what I'm doing is, I am going to give this prompt to the Google AI Studio. Understand? This is not a rocket science prompt. You can also go ahead and do this. Okay. The prompt is, look at this carefully, everyone. Yes. Build a single page web app called Meeting Money Burner. Purpose, show knowledge workers how much money their meeting costs. Right? For the first version, build only this. An input for annual salary in INR. Assume 22 working day per month. Show the compounded early rate, computer early rate. Update live as a user types, no submit button. Design, I have given the prompt. Handle edge cases, empty input shows negative salary. So this is important. Whatever are the edge cases that you can think, which is someone can go ahead and enter the negative rates or negative hours. So you can go ahead and look at this, right? And then do not build any other features right now, because this is just version 1. So we have visualized the whole app in our mind, but we are only giving one feature to the AI. Right? So this is the prompt number 1. When I give the, understand, I have not given complete context. I'm only giving what I need right now, because if I give too much information at once, it might hallucinate. Right? Hallucination is directly proportional to the context that you are giving. Right? So now, this is the product. Meet Money Burner. If I write my salary, let's say 24 lakh rupees, it should be able to tell me that hourly I make this and per minute I'm making this, right? If I do a 15-minute sync with someone, this is what I lose. And if I do 30-minute sync with someone, I am going ahead and doing this, right? So I have written a simple prompt. In the prompt, guys, I am not giving you a master class on prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is stupidly simple these days. If you want to write better prompts, give your prompt to ChatGPT, ask it to make it better, right? A quick yes on everyone if you're able to understand this. Right? Now I have created one. After this, I will give it another prompt. The another prompt that I have given is this. Working well. Where is that prompt? Yes. So now I have gone ahead and given this, which is now add the meeting cost feature below the rate display after version number 1, which is, yes, I'll give you the prompts, guys. Just wait a moment. Right. So now let's create the cost feature. Input meeting duration, number of attendees, assume all the attendees are earning the same rate, and then show the meeting hours, and then below it, a comparison line that outputs the number in contact picked from the list, that is 12 plates of biryani or something else, right? Keep everything from version 1 unchanged, right? I have not decided the design guide. I'm going to give you one more resource, guys. Right. So now I have done this. I can just put a meeting duration. I can write if 10 people are attending the meeting, then this meeting is going ahead and costing us this much. If I write my salary, 15 lakhs, you can understand we are spending this much into meeting, which is a dynamic we can get away for a trip to Goa. Right? So this is what we have been able to build, and it will take you 5-7 minutes to build. Right? So you are only limited by your imagination. Now, guys, if I go ahead and give you a task, would you be able to go ahead and do it do it on your own on Google AI Studio? Yes. Right now, I am only going to tell you how to share. You can just share it. Tomorrow, I'll tell you how to publish. You should have a reason to come tomorrow, right? So I'll teach you that tomorrow. But today, your task is create a resume roster. What is a resume roster? It is going to take your resume or anyone's resume, and then it is going to roast it. You know the meaning of roasting, right? Tell me yes or no, guys, if you'll be able to build this. Google AI Studio is free. Yes. Guys, I'm giving you 5 minutes to do this. You can use GPT in order to generate the prompt. That's okay. I'm giving you 5 minutes to do this. Yes. And also, guys, right now we are talking about Google AI Studio. Tomorrow and day after, we'll talk about how to put these apps into production with your full control. Right? So that is going to come. Roasting your resume. We have to create this. Go ahead, guys. We'll talk about Railway, Vercel, Antigravity, Cursor, everything. But right now, let's take the baby steps. Five minutes, and don't go from the meeting because I have something very special for you. Everyone write yes in the chat if you're actually building this. Yes. Yes, everyone, look at this. Very important before you can leave. When you go ahead and build this, like the review, the resume roster, post it on LinkedIn, tag us. We should be able to interact on it and maybe you'll get some more impressions. Now, I have also created one more guide for you. Understand? When I was prompting, many people were asking that how did I give design recommendations and everything, right? So many people, the problem that they face is they do not know what are the exact words to use. They always put modern, dark, light, these kind of things, and they think that they see that their designs are like everything else. Okay, because you do not know that design vocabulary, because of which you are not able to give the right prompt. Tell me yes or no if you face that problem. Because you don't know what words to put, you put some generic words and you're not able to get the right answer. Okay, so I have created this guide for you, right? This is made to work with LLMs, where what you can do is just go ahead and look at what are the multiple design things that are possible, right? This is minimal, this is Swiss, this is new brutalism, this is glass morphism, right? What are multiple kind of gradients that are available? What are color combinations that are available, right? So that you can go ahead and make your design like a pro designer. Right? This is free. I hope you guys found value in the today's session. Tomorrow's session is going to be a bit more practical. Today we spent some time in order to give you the foundation, but I'm sure you'll not be afraid of so many vocabulary things that are going to come to you when it comes to LLM. So you are more AI literate now. Understand, guys? There are only these 10, 20 things that you need to know and get confident in. Everything else is just a combination of these. So once you get good with the fundamentals of what I've told you right now, you are going to become more confident going forward. And today we just scratched the surface with Google AI Studio. It's a very simple tool. Tomorrow and day after, we are going to understand how to take this code onto GitHub, how to use GitHub, how to put it onto your local computer, how to use Antigravity, Cursor, and then how to go ahead and maybe put it onto a production environment using Vercel or Railway or some other platform. right? So come back tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be much more, I would say 10x more interesting than what we have done today. Today was a foundation. Tomorrow is going to be execution. And don't be afraid to put whatever you are building in public. That is how you learn. People give you feedback, people use that, and then you learn that what should I have done better. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Yes. So I hope everyone got the value from today. Today was only 5% of the value. Tomorrow and day after, you are going to get so much value. Please do not miss it. Although day one was very important, without it, you cannot have the right perspective. But I have made it separate because I understand that some people are going to wake up and they are only going to come today, right? So in the first day, what we have talked about is I have told you the full AI landscape. What are the valuations of the companies, why they are rising, why they could be a reason of hype, but how AI is also a genuine piece of technology. And then I have also shown you the evolution of the AI as a technology, right? How it is helpful for us. And I have given you a bunch of use cases to understand. Second is we talked about learning GenAI. So I talked about what large language models are, what attention is, what tokens are, what vectors are, how these are created, and how hallucination can be controlled. And the third part that we have discussed yesterday was we have gone ahead and create two apps together. I have shown you one app that I have created, which is the how can you understand how much meetings are wasting your time and money. And second, you guys have created a resume roster, which you can see in the chat, multiple people have created, right? So this is what we have done today. Yesterday was more around a direction that yes, this thing that we are learning is actually helpful and you can also go ahead and build a lot of things by yourself. Understand? I did not give you a tutorial of AI Studio. That's stupidly simple, right? But still you guys were able to do it. Understand in AI, you have to understand one thing, which is the art of figuring out. The art of figuring out. AI as a technology, it's new for everyone, but you should know how to go ahead and figure it out, right? And in today's session also, I'll not go ahead and tell you that in this tool you should do that and this is how you click the button, because that is knowledge that any YouTuber or any influencer can give you. I am here to give you a mindset so that 5 years down the line, if that tool is not working or if there is some other tool, you should be able to learn that. That is how we are going to approach these sessions. Right? Now, today's session is more focused towards building, right? So today we are going to talk less about the whole idea of building. We are going to talk more about, let's say, how do you go ahead and actually build? What is your mindset should be, right? So we will talk about the AI builder levels. Then I'm going to introduce you to Power Framework, and then we'll see if we are able to go ahead and quickly create a post creator agent, which is the build for today, right? So this is the AI leverage ladder. This is a very important slide. If you guys cannot wait, then go ahead and take a screenshot of this. This is very important, right? What happens is when people are starting to learn about how to use various kind of like how to do anything with AI, they generally start with the wrong set of tools, right? They use GPT for something for which AI Studio should have been used. They use AI Studio for something where maybe Lovable should be used or something else should be used, right? So I'm going to give you different levels as in how every tool is not the same and how you should approach towards using and building certain kind of tools. So these are the 5 levels. The level number zero is you are someone who thinks that AI is a hype, or you are not able to start because you are suffering from something called as analysis paralysis. What is analysis paralysis? Analysis paralysis is that you only think about what to do. You think about what is a perfect tool, because of which you are not able to take any action, and then you get overwhelmed. So you are not able to take action either because you don't believe in AI, or you are not able to take the first step because of the overwhelmingness amount of information that is available to you, right? The second level is people who are doing their daily work with ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini kind of examples, right? Here what people are doing, let's say you are a product manager. So as a product manager, you can use AI in multiple ways. You can go ahead and ask AI that this is my idea. You go ahead and do research on this particular idea, right? So it is going to do the research. Second, you can ask AI in order to create interview questions for you so that you can ask to your customers. Third is you can use AI in order to write email to your boss or to your clients or to your colleagues. Right? These are the use cases that are level 1 use cases. And here you use ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini on web. I'm sure that every one of us at least belong to level number 1. Right? The second level is someone who is a bit more sophisticated. They understand that rather than writing the same prompts again and again, because understand right now, let's say you are writing one email, which is very important to you. So you are going to spend some time in order to write the good prompt. But let's say if you want to write the similar kind of email, but at that point of time you are busy, you are going to be lazy in your prompts. You are going to write something shorter and then you are going to get the similar kind of answer. So people have understood that if I've already created like some good prompts, why do I need to go ahead and repeat them again and again? So can I build something where I do not need to update my prompts, or I do not need to go ahead and repeat my prompts, and I can use the same prompts for everything? For example, there are some very standard things in product management. For example, everyone creates a product requirement document. Before you build any product, you have to create a product requirement document which contains all the specs, why the product is created, what is the user research that you have done, right? Similarly, whenever you go ahead and assign your work to the engineer, you write something called as a user story. Right? And if there is someone who knows nothing about product management, let me give you a more simple example. Right? Now, if you are applying for a job, and if you are using same resume for all the job descriptions out there, you are actually leaving opportunities on table. So what you should do is, you should take the job description, and then you should take your resume, and then you should combine them and give it to ChatGPT that can you suggest me line by line iteration, changes of what should I do in order to be more eligible for this job without faking anything in my resume. Right? That will make sure that you guys are able to go ahead and apply for jobs in a more efficient, more impactful way. Right? Now there are two ways to do this. The first way is 0 ways. Obviously, you cannot go ahead and do this. Second is you can go ahead and maybe repeat the same prompt with all the job description one by one, or you can just go ahead and create a small tool for yourself where the prompt is the same. You just have to enter the what do we call this? Your resume and your new job description every time. Right? So this level 2, here we create small tools or small utilities where we use repeated instructions. And examples are Google Gems, Claude Skills, and custom GPTs. Right. First of all, before I can tell you the tool, everyone please tell me in the chat if you are able to understand the use case of resume and JD matcher. Yes. Very good. 1 plus DN 2101. Yes. Now, let's move forward, right? So, how do we create these gems, skills, and custom GPTs? How do we create these? Let's move forward. When we have a repeat usage of something, that every time we have to go ahead and do this, right? For example, one use case for a product manager is that they frequently write the PRDs, right? Even more frequent use case than a PRD is experiments. Whenever you as a product manager write experiment, you have to write your hypothesis. You have to write what is the version A, what is the version B. Then you are going to write the metrics, and then you are going to write the success criteria. right? These are the things that we write when we go ahead and do any experiment as a product manager, right? So you have to do this documentation again and again. You can just create a prompt for this, and every time you can go ahead and run this without repeating yourself, right? A third example that I was trying to show you was that you have your resume. Now you are applying to jobs. So what you do is you take the resume and you take the job description one, and you try to understand that what are the edits that you can make in the resume to make a better resume which aligns with the job description. Similarly, you can do it with the second job, you can do it with the third job. So understand, you have to repeat the instructions. You have to repeat the instructions again and again. So for these repeatable use cases, you can go ahead and create micro utilities. These micro utilities, if you are using the Google ecosystem, they are called as gems. If you are using the ChatGPT or OpenAI ecosystem, these are called as custom GPTs. And if you are using the Claude ecosystem, these are called as skills. Skills eventually can be used anywhere these days, right? So tell me, guys, how many of you have heard about Google Gems before today? How many of you have created your own Google Gem before today? Tell me in the chat. Yes or no? Yes. Very good. So Google Gems and custom GPTs are mostly same. Skills are a bit different. They are more powerful. I'm going to tell you all of that, but let's start from the bottom. Okay. So what you can do is, let's say I will search for create a gem. Right. Now, first link, I'll click on new gem. And then these are the instructions. So this will open, and then these are the instructions. What are the instructions? What is the name of the gem? The name of the gem is resume JD matchmaking. Right? This gem suggests edit in my resume as per the job description. Right? Now, here are the instructions that you need to write. Okay. Can anyone suggest me what instructions can I write here? Give me simple idea. What are the instructions that I'm going to write here? Guys, we have to do this together. This is a practical exercise. I am not someone who just want to do this one way. Yes. So now there are two ways. Now look at this carefully. There are two ways. Either I can write something which is, I can write, you are a top grade resume optimization or resume writing expert. The user will give you a resume. User will give you a resume. You have to understand it, resume and a job description. You have to understand it, and line by line suggest what should the user do, what changes should the user do to make any changes to get the job, right? Or get shortlisted right? Make sure you take care of ATS, skills, anything important for the group, right? A quick yes or no, everyone, if you're able to understand this. Right? This is method number one, guys. But understand, if in 2026 you are doing this, you are just underestimating the models. Right? Understand? I am writing something, and you people have also given me a lot of suggestions in the chat. Right? So the best way is that me and AI collaborate so that the gaps are being fulfilled. For example, I will go to Chat GPT and I will ask, help me create instructions for a resume JD matcher Google Gen. Here is what I have written at a high level. Right? First of all, when you are happy with what you are written, then you should push the gear on the agent. Right? Yes. Everyone tell me if you are able to understand the suggestions. So let me tell you a story. So very recently, I was taking this training at this company, big company. They have been launching their product in the US. The product was very simple, that when you go ahead and switch on your TV, when your TV is idle, they are going to show screensavers on your TV, right? And they are going to show some ads over there. So the images on that screensaver were generated by AI. So they took my help in order to help their team write the evaluations for the same. So I was conducting a workshop for them in Bangalore, about 30-35 people in the room. And then after the session was conducted, let's say about 40-45 minutes, I got a question from one of the ladies who was like a product manager there, that if AI is so strong, then I can go ahead and record this content that you have given us, the session that you have given us, and I can give it to AI, maybe Claude, and then it will go ahead and automatically create the evaluations for me. So what is my use as a product manager? Right? You guys are able to understand the context, right? So if I know, if I can explain how to do evaluations to a human, I can also explain this to a computer if they can record it. And then if they can put these instructions or this transcript to a Claude, why can't it run the evaluations or do the evaluations by itself? Why do you need a human? Right? So what we did was, rather than telling her that no, AI can do everything, or telling her that no, you can do everything, rather than giving her a delusion or a false promise, what I did was, we did an exercise. We asked them that you go ahead and create the evaluation from your own understanding, whatever you have understood in these 45 minutes. And then I told the AI that now, whatever, like, because that video was already recorded, I had a bigger video, I have given that, and I have asked it that, yes, you go ahead and write the evaluations for this product. So the human gave the answer, which is A, and the AI given answer, which is B. Which one do you think would be the correct answer? Answer A or answer B? A is human, B is AI. Very good. So if A is human and B is AI, then the answer is A plus B. Right? So human beings do not have to think that AI is going to replace them or it is going to go ahead and do better work with them. Understand how you can better collaborate with AI. Right? A union B is the answer. Similarly here, I did not just jump to this and ask that give me a master prompt or something, because understand, the problem with AI is, always understand, if I give a simple prompt, it is going to give me the answer, right? But in AI, the issue is good is the enemy of best, which is, if it is giving you surface level knowledge, you will be too happy with the output and format that you will not even question that. So the good part is, whatever you are thinking, go ahead and put it across, then get it from AI and then combine them together. That is how the good outputs are created, right? So now we have this. We will copy this. We will go to gem and then I will paste it here. So what we have done is, everyone, we are trying to create a product, a Google gem, where I can put my job description, I can put my resume, and then it is going to tell me what are the things that I can go ahead and improve. Right? Similarly, how have I built it? I search for create gem Google. Then I got this link. I clicked on this and then I got here. Here I have written the name of the gem. I have written the some of the description so that people can understand. And then this is the requirement that I have got from ChatGPT. Right? I think I should add one more thing, which is add the instruction to add a score out of 100, how likely the candidate is to get a job. Yes. For the modified resume, you can create that and then you can add it, right? Copy this, go to Gemini, remove everything, do this. And then let's say right now I am adding a tool where we do not need internet search. But if you are doing something else, if you are generating an image or creating a video or doing something else, deeper something, you could have added these tools, right? And understand, guys, this is very important. This is knowledge. If you are, let's say, rather than an resume grader, if this was a PRD generator, then what I would have done is I would have added a couple of PRDs from my company so that we are able to understand it is following the same kind of requirement, right? Now we are done. Start chatting. Let me give the resume. Yes, everyone, a quick yes or no if you are able to understand this. Yes, I think this is a very important note that Sid has written. I'll paste it again in the chat. I'm sure many people might be interested in this. Thank you, Sid. Yes. Open. Let me look at a job description. Product Associate Product Manager at okay. Let me tell you a trick, everyone, today. Okay. So, in the chat, tell me how many of you are looking for entry level product management roles? Yes, lot of you. But the problem is that when you go ahead and go to the job profiles, you are not able to find a lot of companies who are hiring for this, right? Right. A lot of companies actually do not hire for the beginner level roles, at least at the beginning. So let me give you a simple trick to find companies which actually hire associate product managers. Okay. And understand, guys, most of these jobs are never opened in the market because they are going to get so many candidates for beginners that it will be overwhelming for their candidates. So what you can do is just go to LinkedIn and search for associate product manager. Okay. But after this, you guys go ahead and click on the jobs, right? You do not have to click on jobs. You have to click on people, right? You have to click on the people function. Now understand. Now understand you have a list of people, like thousands of people who are working as associate product managers at multiple companies. So now tell me, what are you going to do with this data? Now tell me, what are you going to do with this data? Tell me in the chat how this data is helpful for you. No, you do not have to just reach out, guys. No, you do not have to reach out. You'll spam people. What you have to do is you have understood that this company actually needs this company is open for entry level product managers, right? This company is open for entry level product managers. You have to go ahead and do the research on the company, understand if you are the product manager, how you can contribute the value, build something, send it to the senior people in the company, right? If you keep on DMing people, nothing will happen, right? So I am just giving you the way to find the companies who will be able to take you, who are open to take you as an associate product manager in a beginner level role. Right. Now let's go forward. We are doing something. So I will just go ahead and copy the job. Where is the job? Company introduction about the role. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and copy this. And then I will just go to my Google Gem. And then I will do this. This is the job description. Now I have got something. Right. So we have created our first gem. Right. Everyone tell me yes in the chat if you will be able to create your gem now. Yes. And understand, although the tool is very simple, the utilities are unlimited. The utilities are unlimited. Right. There are so many things that you can use the gem for. Right. Similarly, if you want to create custom GPT, just go to Chat GPT. No, MD format does not matter here. Understand, MD is just written text format. That's it. Right. So if you want to go ahead and create custom GPTs rather than a Gemini, because generally you would also know that GPT is a better model than Gemini right now. You can just click on GPTs, like you can go to chatgpt.com. Then you can click on more. Then you can click on GPTs. Right. And then you can go ahead and create one from here. And how to create it? Just start asking the questions. Right. It will go ahead and help you out. So if you you can have the conversation with the same and it will go ahead and help you create a GPT. Help me create a custom GPT so that I can edit my resume as per a job description. Right? Custom GPT, I'm not sure if it is paid or not, but Gemini is definitely free. This is where I should paste it. This is actually the GPT, right? So, guys, this is level number. This is level number. This is level number 2, right? But there is an issue with level number 2. There is an issue with level number 2. GEMS is free, guys, right? The issue is that if you create GEMS or GPT, you have to again and again go to that gem or GPT in order to get your work done. Right? For example, if you're writing an email, you will go to the email GPT. If you will go to, let's say, if you want to write, let's say, a resume, you have to go to the resume GPT or resume Gemini. Right? So the issue is switching. You have to understand which gem should I use when, and if you are doing 10 things, then you have to keep on switching. Right? And the another issue is if you put all of these instructions in one go. For example, if you give Gemini all of these instructions in one go, then what will happen? Yes. So now for that, Claude has came up with some amazing, Anthropic has came up with some amazing use case. Right? Now look at this carefully. So the problem with GEMS or custom GPT, there are two problems. The first problem is switching from one chat to another, or switching from chat to GEMS to GPT or custom GPT. Right? You have to keep on switching. Right? But on the second hand, if you give all of this context to Gemini or ChatGPT all at once, the context overflow will happen. Or even if the context overflow does not happen, right now, these days, most of the models have 1 million context. But it does not mean you are going to dump everything, because if you dump everything, it is going to increase the cost. Right? So what is the solution that Claude has given? Claude has given the word skills. So how skills work is, right? Let's say you can have skills. So skills are nothing. They are also a set of instructions. They are also like your reusable prompts. That's it. Right? So as I have created a gem, like instructions for gem from GPT, I can also create the skill with GPT or with Claude. I just have to say that this is how I do my job. Can you go ahead and put it into the instructions way? Right? For example, at HelloPM, what I have done is I have taken all of my transcripts. Right? Let me tell you the problem first. So at HelloPM, one problem that we were facing was that people come from different kind of backgrounds and they need examples that they can understand. So we have people who join HelloPM from maybe 25 countries and maybe across so many domains. We need to make sure that when we are teaching them something, we are giving them an example that they are able to relate. Right? For example, if someone is coming from US, they do not need to know about Zomato or Swiggy. We are going to talk about DoorDash. If someone is from London, we are going to talk about Uber Eats, not Zomato or Swiggy. Right? If someone is coming from China, we should talk about WeChat. If someone is coming from maybe Singapore or Indonesia, we should talk about Grab, right? So the examples should be different, the context should be different, right? So now what we have done is, because I need all the examples in my voice, in my level of explaining them simply, what I do is I have taken a lot of sessions that I have already done, transcripts of the sessions. I conduct almost 4 or 5 sessions every week. So I've taken all of these sessions. After that, I have used these in order to create a skill called as Ankit-voice.skill.md. I ask Claude that take all of these details, identify a pattern, and create a skill file so that whenever I give you any case study, you should rewrite it in my own voice. Right? So that is a use case for a skill. And skills are also instructions. It will identify everything from the patterns of how I speak, and it is going to create the skill. Right? But what is the magic in the skill? The magic in the skill is very simple. Understand, guys? This is what a skill is. So a skill is just a text file. Right? Look at this. Let's say yes. Look at this. A skill is just a file. Let's say we have a skill which is, let's say, email.md. MD means markdown format. This is a formatted way to represent text. Right? It is a very lightweighted formatted way to represent text. Understand it as just English written in a beautiful way. That's it, in a structured way. Right? So now we have email.md. Now in email.md, I have three, what do we call it? Fields. Okay. The first is, what is the name of the skill? Second is, what is the description of the skill? And third is, what are the instructions or the body of the skill? Right? So understand, title can be how much? Maybe 20 to 50 words, or maybe less than that. Description can be how much? Maybe 20 to 100 words. Right? But the instruction or the body can be as much as you want, which is maybe 400 words to 4,000 words or whatever you want to. So whatever is written in that, the prompt that I have pasted from ChatGPT is going to be here. But here they are going to mention what is the name of the script, what is the name of the skill, and when should a skill be used. Right? So it will write that use this skill whenever author wants to write a case study. So now look at the magic. What is happening is, you can have so many skills. You can have one skill for writing email, one skill for your PDF resume, one skill for matching the resume, one skill for rating your resume, one skill for writing the job description, one skill for PRD, one skill for everything. You can have so many skills. But Claude at a time will only read the description and the name. And if it thinks that for the task that user has given, I should use this skill, then only it will fetch the whole content. And only for that skill that is required. This is called as progressive disclosure. Progressive disclosure. Right? So how the skills work? You go ahead and just write the name, description, and instruction body. Claude only understands 2 things at a time. It only fetches 2 things in the context window so that the context window is not filled. And the instructions are only loaded if it thinks that this skill is required, right? Right? So these are Claude skills. Right? Now, before I can ask you for your understanding, if you want to explore about skills, there is a wonderful website called as skills.sh, created by the company called as Vercel, which we are going to discuss tomorrow. So they have created a lot of skills. For example, when you go ahead and create websites with Claude or GPT, they look very AI generated, right? But if you want to create something which is very unique, you can use this skill, which is the front end skill, right? So if you want to see how that skill looks like, let me show you. Where is the GitHub? Yes. Yes. So this is the skill, guys. Let me show you. I'll show you how to use it in Claude. Just a moment. Look at this now. So this is a skill. This is the name of the skill, front-end design. And this is the description. Guidance for distinct intentional visual design while building new UI or reshaping existing one, helps with aesthetic direction, typography, this, which means when a user mentions that I want to go ahead and create a design, automatically this skill is going to come. You do not have to switch anything. You do not have to go to Gem. You do not have to go to custom GPT. If this skill is in your system, Claude system, it is going to automatically be installed. And if it understands if you need to use this skill for the task, then only it is going to use all of these instructions. So this is a skill for you, right? If you want to use skills in your Claude, what you can do is you can just go to Claude. Just give me a moment. Let me show you where it is. Wait, I need to sign into my Claude. Cool. Everyone, please tell me in the chat a quick yes or no if you are able to see my Claude on the screen. Right? So these are skills. Let me tell you. So what you can do is you can just, so this is Claude. So this is whole Claude screen. Okay. Claude code. I can just click on new. Right? And then if you click on customize, you should be able to see a lot of things. These are the skills. Right? I can browse for more skills. Right? These are the skills. These are instructions that experts have written. Or what I can do is I can also add a skill. There are three methods to add a skill. One is I can upload a skill. I can go to GitHub. I can go to skill.sh, copy a script from there, and then I can paste it here first. Second is I can write the skills. So initially I was writing the gem for improving the resume. So I can do it here, my own instructions, but that is 2025, right? Or I can use Claude in order to create a skill. Let's create a skill together from your skill, get a skill. First ask me what the skill should do. And then it will ask you a question and then you should be able to do this. Right? Let us try to write this. Okay, so let me get ideas from you guys. Guys, for what purpose do you want me to create a skill right now in front of you? Give me a use case. Come on. Yes. Let's do it for okay. Let's do it for a product requirement document. Should we press the main button, guys? Fable. Guys, all the links I will give to you in the resources. What's different with Fable? Guys, nothing is same with Fable. Yes, I have loaded a skill creator. Now I want this. Few things that would help me. When should it kick in? So what should I type in the chat so that it's kick in, right? One, write a PRD. Second, what does a good output looks like? What I can do is, so I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but if you go to YouTube or if you search for, maybe if you go to YouTube and if you search for product requirement document, and if you click enter, you should be able to see a video from me. So let us use this.
Open Claude doesn't just run AI.
No transcript or what? Yes. I can copy this transcript. I could have also given the video, but sometimes Claude is not able to fetch the transcript of the video. So I'll just give it the video. Follow the instructions in the attached transcript. Third is decide yourself. In the ideal world, I would have given some examples, right? Yes, it will see what attacked and attached is. Yes, so it is creating that, right? Now, guys, let's say you do not have to rely on Claude to decide when to use the script. So you can also go ahead and click these commands, slash command, and it will go ahead and tell you which skill to use, right? What are the skills that you can use, right? So it will go ahead and create the skill. While it is doing, let's move forward. Right? So we have discussed level 1, level 2. We have discussed level 1, level 2. In level 2, you go ahead and do repeated set of work at much more efficiency. Okay, but understand, guys, the problem is you guys don't even know for what you can use Claude, or you can use gems or skills or custom GPTs. Yes or no? Tell me in the chat if you think you are not aware about the possibilities of what these models can do for you. Yes. Correct. So what is the correct way to do this? Understand, guys, this is evolving. I'm going to give you a framework today so that you are able to understand this. Right now, understand tools are not the ceiling. The ceiling is your imagination. The ceiling is your imagination. I'm going to give you some tips today so that you are able to do that. Right. So what we have done today is we have created gems. I have told you what the skills are, and then we also talked about custom GPTs. Right. Now, guys, you need to tell me. This is a quick quiz. Tell me what are the skills, what are the problems that skills solve that gems and custom GPTs cannot solve. Tell me in the chat. Yes. Very good. And now, let me tell you the third level. Let me tell you the third level. The third level is building prototypes. For example, you are building something for your customers. You do not have to go to Claude or this every time. So what you are looking to do is you are creating a custom product. And for that, vibe coding can help you, and vibe coding can help. Lovable, AI Studio, and Replit are some of the platforms where you can go ahead and create your apps. So how many of you have already built any of the product with vibe coding? Tell me yes or no in the chat. Yes. So first of all, guys, understand that almost all the vibe coding products, they work in the similar way, right? They work in the similar way. The method is so all of the vibe coding platforms are agentic in nature. Can anyone tell me what is agentic in nature? Yesterday we have talked about this. Yes, that can take action. So all of these platforms are agentic in nature, which means that you have instructions, or I would say an idea. That idea is converted into a product. Let's say product is a website, right? Can you guys tell me what exactly is a website? What is a website comprising of? For example, a human being is a collection of muscles, bones, blood, and some electric signals running across the veins and neurons so that you are able to sense things around you and you are able to decide. So what is any digital product? Yes. So any digital product is three things. It has a front end that you can see and touch. It has a back end where the logic runs, which resides on the server. And it also has a database. This is called as a three-tier architecture. For example, when you use LinkedIn, when you go ahead and sign up on LinkedIn for the first time, it shows you a form. On that form, you go ahead and fill up your details, and then you click the button register. The form that you are able to see where you are putting the input output out there, that is called as the front end. Right? Now this data is collected. It will go to the backend. In the backend, it will run some process that, boss, this email ID is already registered or it is not registered. Right? Is this person, let's say, is this IP blacklisted or correct? If everything is correct, the backend is going to talk to the database. And in the database, there might be some place where users are stored, right? So it will go ahead and put your information. And when your information is put, it is going to send you from the backend a confirmation email, right? So this is the front end, backend, and database. Very simple. But understand, if you go even deeper, for example, the human body, it's not actually bones or muscles or anything. It is actually what? It is cells. So the atomic unit of any digital product is what? It is code. Right? So in order to create a website at production, you need two things. What you need is, you need code, which is a set of instructions, and you need a machine or a server where you can put this code and run this code, which is the environment. Right? So these agentic platforms, these vibe coding agentic platforms called as Emergent or Replit or Lovable or Google AI Studio, what they just do is they take the instructions from you, They take the idea from you. They have a system prompt. Yesterday, I have told you what a system prompt is. Right? And then with this system prompt, they convert your instructions into code collected across files. Then they store the file on their own server, on their own environment. And then they return you a URL so that you can go ahead and use that. Right? So the process is older only. Just that rather than a human writing a code, the AI writes a code and it is hosted automatically. Right? And now sometimes what happens is they deploy the website, but the website is not working. Because they are agentic, they are going to understand again. They are going to again try to write the piece of code until and unless it is working. Right? So this is a small loop of any kind of vibe coding agent or vibe coding environment. Right? So every product works in this particular way. Right? So you have a goal, then you take action, then you observe, and then you decide. Decide on the basis of if the goal is achieved, that's good. Otherwise, you are going to again take the action. Right? This is also called as loop engineering, which you might have seen very recently. Right? A quick yes or no, everyone, if you're able to understand this. How every agentic AI coding platform works in the world. This is the high-level architecture. So if you really want to be relevant in the AI age, rather than picking up every new concept, try to understand the fundamentals. And not fundamentals of machine learning. I do not want to contradict what I told yesterday, but concept of mental models. Yes. Right? So yesterday I have shown you Google AI Studio, right? So I'll take just 2 more minutes to give you another overview. Some 1-2 features I have missed yesterday so that we can close that loop. Yes, I think our close is ready. Yes. This will actually work. I don't think we have to look at it. Now I'll go to Google AI Studio. Guys, like Google AI Studio works, every other AI tool also works in the same way. Right? My suggestion for you would be, before settling onto one, try multiple tools. And also the good part is all of these tools are rapidly changing. So if you go to Lovable change log or any products change log, you should be able to see what are the things that they have done in the last couple of days only. They have done this. So many updates. So they are also catching up with each other. So don't worry about if I learn something, I'm stuck there. No, every tool is almost going to become the same in future. Right? So this is the interface. This I think I have explained to you yesterday. The good part is that whenever you want to give instruction to an AI model, my personal recommendation is, rather than writing them, try to speak them out. Right? You do not need to take a paid tool like Reusable or something. Every tool would have this. Just click on this and try to speak it out. Or even better, go to your, whenever you are walking, go to your Android phone or your iPhone, click on the notes option and then start recording yourself. And then once you are back, you can give these instructions, copy these instructions to your AI model. Right? Better your prompts are, better the output is going to. Right? So I can go here, I can speak an idea and then it is going to build it. Second is, this is important, guys, right? I can import a code from GitHub. I can import some files from Drive. I can upload the files. I can also go ahead and show it the camera, as in some wireframe or something from the camera, right? Generally, what people do is, let's say, if I ask it to create something, it is going to pick a generic design. So what you guys can do is, you can go to this website called as Dribble. And let's say if you want to create a good landing page, so you can just search for, or maybe a mobile landing page. Okay. Click on landing page, or you can also search for landing page there. You will see amazing designs. you will see amazing designs. Right? You can just take this, copy it from here, and then go away. Right? The second option is, like, I'm not telling you to just go ahead and copy someone else's hard work. Go ahead and make right kind of recommendation. This is for inspiration. Right? The second part is, there is also another website called as Recent Design. You can also go here, and then you can go ahead and understand a lot of things. Right? So very recently, I have created a page for HelloPM using the same approach. So I was facing a problem, right? At HelloPM, we do a lot of offline community events. Next week and next to next week, we are doing events in about 10, 11 cities. So we are going to give you guys also the chance to join. So for that, I wanted to create a community page. The issue was there were so many images from so many places, and I did not have time to go ahead and put all the images at one place. So what I did was I just took 7, 8 images. I write them where these images were taken, and I ask Claude to create a landing page for me. And this is what is created. I was procrastinating on this task for a very long period of time. This is what it was able to create in one shot. I just gave the images. For every image, I just renamed. So I picked about 10, 15 images. I renamed the image with the location where it was taken. And then Claude understood the image. It tagged the image correctly and put it in the page. And this page was entirely designed by Claude from the information that we have given. Right? So look at this. I did not tell Claude that this image, like any description of the image, it was able to understand the image by itself, and it has created this, leveraging AI in life and work. Right? Product management meets AI. It was able to fetch it from here automatically. I have not given these tags. Curtain up. It was able to understand that I am, look at this image. It was able to understand that I am getting up on the stage, and that is why it is curtain up. Right? So you are only limited by your imagination about what you can do with these kind of tools. And this was done by Fable 5. Right? All of these are very well put. Right? So giving inspiration is very important. In Google AI Studio, you can give inspiration through these things. Right? Now, once we build that, once we create that, what we do is we go to our app. I want to show you one more feature before I can give you the break. It was done from Claude CLI, but you can do it from Claude, normal Claude code as well. The interface that they have given. Yes. Everyone, a quick yes or no if you're able to understand the session so far. If you're able to find it interesting. Right? So one more feature that I want to tell you, which is that at some points, what you can do is, let's say there is something that is not working correctly. Okay. For example, here I have written INR and USD. I also want to add pound. So what I can do is, rather than writing it down here, I can just go ahead and click on this. And here I can go ahead and mention this. Right? So now it is selected. It will make the change only here. So I can write it, or I can take this. As soon as I select this, it is going to come here, and I can say change, add the pound option as well. Right? And then it is going to do this. So I wanted to show you this, that if you need any precise level edit, so that anything else that you have built is not going away, just use this button. you can go ahead and choose a specific part, and then you should be able to go ahead and change that. Right? You can also take this in order to annotate. This is not working. So these are the options. You can use these tools in order to make specific level edits. Right? In order to publish, guys, you have multiple options. If you click on publish, yes. So what does publishing looks like? I think it is being prepared. Yes, so some changes are in progress. It is going to do after this time, right? So what we'll do is, yes, everyone tell me on a scale of 1 to 5, you are finding this helpful before I could go ahead and take a break. Great. Now, guys, quick break of 5 minutes, and then we are going to come back. Get up from your chair, drink some water. So now let's move forward. We have talked about level 0, we have talked about level 1, we have talked about level 2, right? We have talked about level 2, right? Now what we are going to do is, there are now 2 more important levels, right? I think we have already talked about level 3 as well, right? Now there are 2 more levels. Right now, the level number 4 is a bit controversial, I would say. Right? Why? Because in level 4, what we do is, we create automations or AI automations or AI agents on platforms such as N8N, such as Zapier, such as Relay. Right? Why it is controversial? Because, okay, so first of all, tell me everyone if you have heard about or used these platforms such as N8N, Zapier or Relay. Yes or no in the chat. N8N, Zapier, Relay, if you have heard or used them in the past. Yes. So first let me help you understand these platforms, like how do they work. I'll tell you the basics, and the basics are same across the platform. Whether you are using N8N or Relay or anything, these are the same. Okay. So let me show you. So I can go to this website called as Relay. I can log in on this website. Right? And then I can go ahead and build a product there. So what I can do is I can click on plus. So this is the interface of Relay. Okay. What is Relay? Look at this carefully. Before you start, let me give you the context. So guys, these are the platforms called as the agent or workflow orchestration platforms. Examples are Zapier, make.com, N8N, Relay. Right? And there are other examples as well, right? So this is one category of products. These products, what they do is, let's say if you want to create an automation. The automation is very simple. Look at the example, guys. I'm giving you example 1. From a generic website, what happens is, let's say you are a B2B company. People come to your website. They give you the lead, and then your salesman researches on them, and then they give them the call. Right? So what we can do is, we can automate this flow. So people are going to fill a form on your website. In the form, they are going to mention the name. They are going to mention their company website, and then they are going to mention their need. Right? Now, this information will be given to an AI, and the AI agent is going to do the research on the website. That what do they do? Are they going to like the services or not? How we should go ahead and pitch them. So it is going to go ahead and create a proposal. And then this proposal will be sent through an email to the salesperson, and that salesperson is going to either the salesperson can call the client directly on the number, or they can use another AI agent to call the client in order to get any information that was not available. Right? This is use case number 1 for sales outreach or inbound sales calls. Right? Everyone, yes or no, if you're able to understand the use case. Someone comes to your website, they fill up the form, you take the information, you give it to AI, it is getting more detailed, you create a proposal, and then the salesperson's work is done better. Right? Now, let me give you some other example. Which is, let's say you as a product manager found that a lot of people are complaining about your products on LinkedIn, right? So let's say not LinkedIn, let's say Twitter. Okay. So you want to make sure that you are not missing on any of these things. So what you are doing is, from Twitter, someone is going to go ahead, Twitter or x.com, someone is going to give feedback for your product. You are going to catch that feedback through some hashtag or something, or if your company is mentioned, right? And then you are going to separate it with the help of AI into good or bad or a feature suggestion. A feature suggestion can be good or bad, right? If it's a feature suggestion or bad, you are going to use an AI agent to research on that, to do the research on that. And once this research is done, you should get an email. If it is even more important, you can also get it on Telegram. This is another AI flow. Understand, AI is deciding what is going to happen here. Right? So now you have to think about what are the workflows in your company that you need help with. Now, in order to do these workflows, we have platforms such as N8N, Make, N8N, Relay, Zapier, who can go ahead and do this. Right? Here you will get a visual interface, or you can use your natural language in order to create all of these automations. Right? Everyone tell me yes or no in the chat if you are able to understand the use cases and what is the purpose of these products before I can tell you about the product. Wonderful. Now, look at this. So these kind of tools, this is how they work. So guys, understand, although I'm mentioning N8N on the screen, but the flow that I'm telling you, it is these fundamentals are same across the tools. Okay. So for example, there has to be a goal that has to be defined by you, that what is it that this agent or this workflow is supposed to do. Let's say we are creating a LinkedIn posting agent. Okay, so craft a simple LinkedIn post from one idea. This is the simple goal that we have, right? You should have the goal in your mind. Second is, there has to be a trigger. So for example, in the first use case, when the customer fills up the form, then the workflow is going to get triggered. In the second use case, when the customer is making a tweet, then it is going to get triggered. So you need to have trigger. When does it starts? Right? Then the context, which is in order to take that decision. For example, before the agent can decide and research about the company, they should also know what your company does. Then only they can create the proposal, right? So you have to give all of this information, such as the topic, audience, style, everything out there, right? Third is the model and the logic. What is going to be your exact prompt, and what is the model that you are going to go ahead and use, right? And then you are going to connect the tools. I have told you the tools that you are going to take it from Twitter, you are going to push it somewhere else, right? Similarly, you are going to send an email. So these are the tools. Almost all the tools are available across all the platforms. So you don't have to worry about it. You just need to know how to connect, right? And then every of these tools have a element called as human in the loop, which is, if you want to add a human in the loop before creating a post or before taking action, you can also go ahead and do the same. So rather than sending your boss that this is what people are talking about Twitter, you can send it to you. And then if you approve it, then it can go ahead and go to your boss, right? So this is a simple flow of any kind of agent, right? So you have a trigger, you collect the input from the trigger, then prompt and context goes to the LLM. The LLM use the tools, you validate it, human approval, and then the final action, right? This is 101 of any agentic workflow builder that you would have seen or you are going to see in the future, right? And now understand, in the past, what used to happen was, let me see if I have that. This is how you used to create on N10. So anyone can go to N10 and you can create your model, you can create your workflow, any workflow that I have shown you, right? In this workflow, what is happening? Look at this workflow. This is how a workflow looks like. You are going to go to N10. You are going to click on add workflow or add an agent. You are going to add this node. I'll show you in a moment. You are going to add this node. One email comes. The agent is going to write something from that email. Then it is going to format the output in a particular way. Then it is going to enter into a sheet. This is how we used to create the agents or the workflows. Okay, if I show you N10 right now, just give me a moment. Okay, in the chat, can you guys tell me if any one of you have used N10 in the past? Yes or no? Look at this, everyone. Look at this. Understand, it's not a very difficult platform. The basics that I have given you, they are enough. Okay. So in N10, the things that I have shown you right now, these are called as nodes. Every node has a purpose. So before starting N10, before opening or signing up on N10, you should first write it down through a piece of paper or on some whiteboard that this is what I need to build. You should first have mentally in your mind what is the workflow going to be before starting N10, right? You should have that clarity, right? And then here what you can do is, let's say I will remove this. Okay, this is what N10 looks like. You have to go to n10.cloud and then you can get a free account there, right? Here we are going to start something. So look at this interface. This is like a canvas. And these are the nodes. You have two options. Either you can build it manually, the nodes that I have shown you, or you can also ask AI to do all of these things. you can ask AI in order to do all of these things. Okay, so let's try to do it here. Okay, so adding the first step, Gmail. On message received. So what I'm doing is, whenever I get a message on Gmail, do this. Right. I will add maybe which email ID? I'll add, cool. I'll add Ankit, the main email ID there. This is a fresh account, so I'm making all the connections. I'll select all. I'm definitely going to revoke these permissions later. So now my email is connected. So you don't have to do anything manually. You just have to click, and then it is going to go ahead and connect this. Right. Test the trigger. So now it has the emails that I am receiving. Right. So you can go ahead and connect multiple tools here. For example, I want to make sure that whenever I'm getting an email, that email should go through an AI. Look at this. We have multiple nodes. I'm running an AI node, and I want to categorize that email into urgent, non-urgent, or promotion. Okay. I'll click on OpenAI, and then I'm going to click message a model. Right. And here what I can do is, so here also I have already added my OpenAPI key, but you can also go ahead and click here and then add your OpenAI API key. Okay. So before I could move ahead, guys, how many of you know how to get your API keys? Tell me yes or no in the chat. Yes. So very simple. You just have to go to, so OpenAI does not gives you free keys, but Gemini gives you. So you can go to Gemini, you can write Gemini API key. And then it will take you here. Click on this, and then you can get your keys here. Or you can create your API key. Simple. You just have to copy the key and give it to anytime. Right. And here I can write something. For example, I am choosing a model GPT-4. And then this is the prompt. Right. Whatever information I need from here, I can take this information here, and then I can write. So here and also I'll show you one more thing, guys. Okay. I'm sure many of you, like for some of you who have not used N8N, this might be going above your head. So I'm going to tell you how to figure that out. Okay. So I'm going to write here, understand this email and help me categorize this into urgent, not urgent, or spam. Right. And in the next phase, I can just go ahead and get this. Right. So now it is there. Some error maybe. Okay. So now you can see that there is some error that is coming. Okay. So guys, understand. Now look at this very, very carefully. This is the most important step, right? Tools like N8N, tools like Relay, or any tools that you are using, they have a tendency to evolve. Even if I give you step-by-step tutorial today, tomorrow when you are going to use it, it can go ahead and change, and the tools are becoming more and more, I would say, more and more capable. So what you need to do is you need to learn how to figure out. So what I do in such scenarios is, I can just cancel this. I can just take a screenshot. I can just go to Claude or maybe ChatGPT, and I can ask it, help me build an automation to categorize to categorize my emails through N8N and OpenAI. Right? I can also click on this and write something else. Help me create an N8N automation to fetch emails from my Gmail and then categorize every incoming email into either urgent, non-urgent, or a spam or a marketing message. Make sure that my token usage is optimized for cost saving. I'm using N8N in order to build this flow. Yes. A quick yes on everyone if you're able to understand this. Understand, it is okay to feel lost because multiple things are happening. You are looking at this tool for the first time. And then in this tool, there are so many things out there. So even if you are a very intelligent person, even if you are a very sharp person, if I put you into the cockpit of an aeroplane, you are going to feel overwhelmed. That's okay. Right? That means you have some benchmark for yourself. Right? Now, the way is that when you are overwhelmed, take a step back, take a screenshot, whatever your problem is, give it to ChatGPT. I can assure you it is going to help you. I am not here to handhold you. I will not tell you that this is how you use the tool, this is how you press the button, this is how you do this. Because today I'm going to tell you, tomorrow they are going to change the interface. Right? So you have to understand how to use AI in order to help in these ways. Yes, and also understand, N8N has hundreds of nodes. I cannot give you tutorial on all the 100 nodes. Right? So this is going to do its job. Right? So now guys, tell me if you want to learn any tool, how you are going to learn this. If you want to learn and figure out any tool, how are you going to learn this? Tell me in the chat. Let's see if you are learning something from the session. Yes. So my suggestion is very simple, guys. What happens is you have to always start with a use case. Try to figure out problems, right? Try to solve the problem. What happens is when you have figured out a good problem, you are internally motivated to do so. You are internally motivated to pursue that. The issue is not that these tools are difficult or these tools are easy. The issue is that if you lose the motivation, you are not going to go ahead and complete the task. And motivation will come from the purpose. Right? And just joining the sessions and listening to what I'm saying is not the way to learn. I have given you enough, let's say, context. Now you guys can go ahead and start building for yourself. What tools to use, I have already told you guys today, right? So I think that should not be a confusion now. Yes. Right? So many people are lost in what kind of tools that we use. I have already given you that context. Right? Now, guys, after this, I have gone ahead and just we are at the level 5. Now look at this very carefully. If you are able to get to level 5, you can forget everything so far. Level 5 is the magic. You are in complete control. You are editing your own code. You are hosting your own code. You are the full control, full stack developer if you are able to get to level number 5. So what happens in level number 5 is, we use some more sophisticated tools. But that I am going to reserve for tomorrow, because tomorrow there should be a reason that you should come, right? I cannot cover everything today, right? Now, tools, everything you have got, you have understood the 4 levels. Now, let me go ahead and tell you the approach. Understand, guys, if you are just a user of tools, it will be very difficult for you to sustain in the market, right? Tool users are not going to go very forward. What you are going to do is, you have to understand something called as how to actually go ahead and leverage all of these things, right? So, yes. Can you guys guess who this guy is? Tell me in the chat who this guy is. Yes. So he used to stand for a word, if you guys can remember. Yes. So he stands for power, and today I'm going to tell you the true power of power, right? So look at this carefully, guys. This is a very, very important framework, right? I'm going to stop chat for some time. Now look at this, okay? Whenever I ask anyone that you have to leverage AI in your business, in your work, in your life, you have to become an AI builder, everyone jumps to just one thing, which is the tool. How can I learn N8N? How can I learn AI Studio? How can I do vibe coding? How can I go ahead and learn Claude code and Gemini and Lovable and so many things, right? That is how you make the mistake. Understand? Every business or every relationship in the world works in exactly the same way. So, no, you take any business of the world, every business of the world works in the same way. The way is, you are a company or a business, right? And you have your users. You give some value to the users, and the users reciprocate that value with either money or with attention. If you order something from Zomato, DoorDash, Swiggy, Uber Eats, you give them money, they take their commission, they bring the food at your place, right? Similarly, if you are in Instagram, using Instagram, they give you value, which is they give you so much entertainment and escape from your life, right? And in return, you give them attention, and then they sell this attention to the advertisers to make more money, right? So in this world, if you have to exist in this world, and this could be a fortunate or an unfortunate reality, you have to be useful or valuable to people. You can get anything you want in life if you help enough people get what they want. You can get anything in life if you help enough people get what they want. That is the equation of business and life, right? So now I am telling you this. Understand, people do not care about your tools. People do not care about your prompts. People do not care about what is it that you know. No one owes you anything in the world. They want to understand how you are able to go ahead and solve the problem for them. That's it. Right? While half of the LinkedIn is talking about that AI is hype and everything, I can see the small shop owners and the real estate brokers, they are using Gemini and all to create high quality posters for themselves, right? Because they have understood that this technology can actually solve the problem for them, right? So I am today giving you a framework that will help you understand AI at right places, and not just being a tool user or try to retrofit AI in every place, right? So this is the framework that will help you understand. The P in this framework, in the power framework, stands for possibilities. what is possible with AI. Most of you, you have to agree that most of you do not even know what is possible with AI today. Right? Tell me yes or no in the chat if you agree with this statement that you do not know what is even possible with AI these days. Right? You are only using strategies. You are only using the AI strategies to write emails, to build some small apps. You are not thinking beyond the obvious possibilities. So how you should do this? How do you understand possibilities? Can someone tell me how do you understand the possibilities of AI? Yes. Let me give you a structured approach. But before the structured approach, there is step number 0. What is step number 0? Step number 0 is please don't cut corners and don't be lazy. Human beings have evolved so much, but their mistakes have not evolved. Most of us are generally not able to achieve what we have the potential for just because of one thing, which is we do not want to take action. And it has been same across the centuries, right? So this is step number 0. Now, if you want to understand possibilities with AI, let me show you a few things. Okay. Look at who is building AI and what are the use cases. So you go to search for Anthropic customer stories. Look for Anthropic customer stories. Right? And you will see that how different kind of companies, top companies in the world are actually using AI for. Right? So the first thing is go to Anthropic, Google AI, OpenAI's customer stories. Right? Second is go to this platform called as skills.sh that I have just shown you today. Now in this, you should be able to see what is possible with AI. These skills, if you go ahead and read at least the trending skills, you should be able to understand that what are possibilities with AI. Right? You can create motion graphics, you can go ahead and create skill web search, you can go ahead and create a product launch video, you can do so many things. It will go ahead and open up your mind that these are the things that I can go ahead and do with AI. Right? The third way is there is a website called as A16Z and you search for A16Z top AI apps. And then you should be able to know that almost every month they publish a list of top 100 AI apps. Now this list will help you understand what are different products doing with AI. So you should be able to understand the problem that they are solving. So you will reverse engineer from here. I will give you this link. Right? Third is be moderately active on x.com, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Understand, guys, I am not at all recommending you to follow anyone. What you should do is, whenever you find something which is helpful, just click on that like or that share button. Now, what happens is, no matter you follow that person or not, the algorithm understands that what you want. And then when new creators or anyone creates good content on that topic, you will start getting the suggestions. Right? So you need to have a research and content guide. And guys, I could have done all the research. I could have used Fable 4 in order to do all of this for you and given you a complete document. But understand, you do not learn from this. What we learn from is conscious, deliberate practice. If you will create your opportunity list, that is how you are going to learn. Right? And there are 2 steps to do so. A is, you first have to spend about 3 to 4 days for source number 1 to 5, 1 to 4 that I have shown you. After that, once you are done, your basic is set, then maybe 1 hour every day is enough. Right? What you can also do is, once you are done with this, once you have understood the basic common use cases, what you can also do is, you can go to Claude Code if you have the subscription. You can go to code part and you can click on routines. Look at this. You can click on this button called as routines. So rather than relying on me or any other influencer or content creator in the world to give you the content, you can create your own content guide, which is, click on these routines, write what you want to do, click on new routine on the cloud, it is going to run on the cloud, and explain this. Daily or weekly dose of AI use cases. Do a thorough research on x.com, LinkedIn, and multiple user content platforms. Give me a curated set of places of opportunities of how people are using AI in innovative ways. Also tell me, based on my work, how can I implement or get inspired from this use case? Right? And then I can just click on schedule. It will run every day, and then I can go ahead and create. Right? I can also ask it to send me an email. So understand, in Claude, you have something called as customize. You have something called as customize. So you can just go ahead and click on customize option. And then you can add. So I'll click on customize. And I can add connector. Look at this, guys. Look at this thing. You are able to see the screen, right? Click on connector. And then I can add browse connectors. I can add my Gmail. I can add anything. Right? Everyone, a quick yes or no if you're able to understand this. Yes. So you don't have to read about routines right now. Just understand that these are the places from where you are going to understand the possibilities. Right? What is exactly possible with AI? If you are not keeping your mind and eyes open, nothing will happen. Right? So this is step number 1, which is possibilities. You have to create your own list of possibilities. Right? Now the second part is, Opportunities. Opportunity is, understand guys, possibilities is for the world. Possibilities for the world. But opportunity is for you, which is in your business, in your workflow, how you can implement that. So you have to know your business very, very well, right? You should have either domain matter understanding, or you should know your business, or you should have user empathy. You understanding how can I go ahead and where I can go ahead and implement AI now that I know what AI can do, right? So for this, I do a very simple thing because I am a product manager. I used to teach product manager. I teach product management. What I do is I have taken my workflow as a product manager. As a product manager, what do? I look at opportunities, do the product discovery. I do interact with the development and design team. And I also go ahead and do the product distribution, which is connecting to the marketing and the sales, right? Now I can divide these into multiple works, right? So in order to create good products, I need to do user research. I need to do market research. I need to do stakeholder alignment, right? So now I can connect the possibility with these opportunities. How can I use AI in order to go ahead and do something? So possibilities is a bigger thing. Opportunity is how it is helpful for you in your particular use case, right? A quick yes or no if you are able to understand this, guys. Possibilities and opportunities. And opportunities will only come if you are putting your conscious efforts. Don't think AI can help you there. It can help you partially, but you have to do that hard work. So how to find opportunities? Just for 1 week, do a diary study. Write down what are the things that you do in your job, in your work and everything. After 1 week, I can assure you, you will have these opportunities. If you don't want to write, just start a project in Claude or start a project in, what do we call it, GPT. And every day, just speak to it. What have you done in that particular day? After a week, it will give you all the possibilities, all the opportunities, sorry. Right? Now, the third part is workflow. Now in the workflow, we go deeper. Rather than just talking about high-level opportunities of product discovery or user research, what we do is we go deeper, right? So how do we do user research? Let's say the opportunity is I can do user research much better with AI because right now I do not get time to talk to a lot of people, right? And my insights are wrong. So what I can do is I can take the workflow of user research. Can anyone tell me how do you do user research? What is the process of doing user research, everyone? Tell me in the chat. Whatever answer you have, give me, please. Yes. So what we do is we first decide the user segments, primary, secondary, everything. After that, we find the users. Then we design the interview questions. Then we design the survey. Then we interview. Then we collect insights, which is converting the transcripts into insights. Then we create persona or user journey maps. And then eventually what we do is we go ahead and create a product requirement document from this. We go ahead and create the product requirement. So now understand, in all of these places, you can use AI. Right? You can use AI in order to interview people. Not AI is not going to interview, you are going to interview, but you can go ahead and take that summary. A common problem that people face is they go ahead and ask wrong interview questions. Tell me, guys, if your mom asks you, if you let's say if you ask your mom, that mom, do I look fat? What is your mom going to reply? If you ask your mom that mom, do I look fat? What is your mom going to reply? Tell me in the chat. Yes. So this is the same thing that happens, guys, right? So you are connected to some of the nicest people in the world, right? And when you give your idea to them, when you talk about your product idea to them, they look very enthusiastic. You look very enthusiastic. So they do not want to let you down. So what happens is they give you the sugar coated but wrong answers. It is called as false positives. And this can harm you a lot when you are going ahead and trying to start your own business, because bad feedback, like wrong feedback, is not going to help you. Bad feedback is better than wrong feedback, right? So you frame your questions in such a way that even your mom cannot lie to you. And for that, we have something in designing the interview questions, which we called as the mom's test. You guys can read this book. This is a very simple book. You can read it in an afternoon, which is mom's test. So what you can do is you can build a gem, or you can build like a simple prompt where you will just ask it that whether these questions are aligning with the mom's test or not. So now you have gone deeper in the workflow and you are avoiding a most common mistake because of AI. Right? A quick yes on everyone if you're able to understand this. So mom's test has some principles. You are going to take these principles and then you are going to create a gem, or you are going to create a custom GPT or a skill, and you are going to run it through your interview questions so that you know that you are not making a mistake of asking the wrong or leading question. Right? Yes. So this is, and you have to go deeper into the workflows. If you are not the user, if you are doing it for your company, then talk to those users. Right? You have to understand the workflow. Without it, it will not happen. Right? And then after this, we have the E part, the engineering part. Now, guys, if you are able to observe, we talk about possibilities, we talk about opportunities, we talk about workflow. So far, we have not talked about tools. And the mistake that people do is they put their E at the front. Rather than discussing about the possibilities, the opportunities, the problems, and the workflow, they straight away jump to the engineering part. Right? They straight away jump to the engineering part. Right? So the engineering part, I have already told you. At least, like in reality, I should have told you the engineering part now, but I know that if I'm starting with the power framework, most of you are going to leave the sessions initially only because you are interested in tools. You are interested in this ladder, but this ladder will only come as the fourth step. POW is always more important than your tools. Right? If you take one takeaway from today's session, POW is more important than your tools. Right? And now you have understood all the trajectory. Tomorrow I'm going to tell them the fifth level as well. In the end, look at this. Don't look at AI as a set it and forget it thing. You have to understand that if you have implemented this particular solution, is it helping you achieve this opportunity or not? Are the numbers moving or not? Are you getting more efficient? Are you making more money? Are your customers are happier? Is your business making more money? You have to reflect on all of these things. And then you have to again repeat the things. In AI, you cannot be static. Some things that are not possible today, they are going to become possible tomorrow. So always remember to reflect. And for reflecting, don't leave it on your motivation, because your willpower and your motivation is going to let you down always. What you should do is put up a schedule in your calendar. For example, I am an extremely lazy person. So what I do is I go to my calendar in order to make sure that I do not miss out. I make sure that maybe every day in the morning or maybe every day in the morning, I have a slot which I reserve for myself to study something new. You can see it in my calendar, right? Similarly, I also go ahead and create a slot every day for gym. And at every day at 4:50, I'm going to get a reminder that now you have to go to gym. Right? So if you rely on motivation, nothing will happen. Use this technique of calendar blocking. You reserve time with yourself in the future so that you are at least getting reminded. Right? So for reflection, you need to get yourself reminded that what is happening with the AI tools that I have done. You can do it once a week. That's okay. Right? So this is the power framework, guys. You start with the possibilities, then you find the opportunities in your own use case, your own context. Then you can go ahead and go deeper into the workflow. Then you use the letter that I've told you along with all the tools, and then reflection. Right? In the program that we teach at HelloPM, we give you details of everything. We also let you build multiple tools with all of the tools so that you are feeling confident. Right? Now, before I could end the session, guys, homework for today is, because you have understood N8N today, you can use N8N or any kind of platform in order to build this agent. So I'll write the homework here. Reflect means you looking at whether your workflows and your tools are working correctly or not, and if there are new opportunities to improve. Right? Now, the homework for today is go ahead and build a agent on N8N or Zapier or Make or Relay. All of these are free tools. Go to them and create an agent that does the following. Take a list of ideas from you, finds the best idea or decides the best idea, writes a LinkedIn post, post it on your behalf. This is the agent that you need to create. And guys, tomorrow is an extremely important session. Understand, whatever you have done in the last 2-3 days, you will be able to understand that tomorrow is like the 10x session. Where is the slide? So these are the things that we are going to learn tomorrow, right? How to take everything on GitHub, push to Vercel, how to edit everything, Claude code, cursor and everything. Tomorrow's session is going to be very interesting. And for tomorrow, just do one thing. Install Antigravity in your computer if you want to do hands-on. Install Antigravity in your computer if you want to do hands-on tomorrow. And also install GitHub Desktop. I'll also send it to you over email, these instructions. Everyone, yes, guys, we are done with the session. You guys are going to learn. But my only recommendation is please start doing deliberate practice. In the program that we offer at HelloPM, we have seen that people who are actually going ahead and doing the assignments, getting the feedback, they are the ones who are able to outshine everyone else. It is not the experience. It is not where you are coming from. Right now, in the world, there is an opportunity that is putting everyone on the same level field. So if you think that you are not coming from that particular background, you're not so intelligent, this is the opportunity for you to go ahead and level everything and move forward, right? These kind of opportunities do not come again and again. So it's my responsibility to tell you that go ahead, go full on, try to understand what are the things that you can change around yourself and at your work with AI. And I'm sure people are going to appreciate that. They are going to help you move forward, right? And if you want to go away with one thing today, which is if you help enough people get what they want, they are going to help you get what they want. This is what I have been doing. If I help you people get what you want in terms of learning, free learning, and whatever I can do for you, I'm sure I'm going to get what I want from you, right? So thank you, everyone. Bye and take care. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, whatever is there in your time zone. So lots of people have tagged me. So let's see what people have built. Yes. So Varun Gautam, congratulations on building the resume builder. Very good. Yes. Looks good. Yes. I also recommend people that rather than only relying on people to click on your link, you should also add a small video like 20-30 seconds, because people do not want to click on links and they should be able to see what your product does. And if they are interested, they would just go ahead and straight away go to look at your prototype, right? Wonderful. So today is a different kind of session. In first session, I gave you the perspective about where AI is going. In the second session, I have gone ahead and shown you what are the different levels of being a builder, right? In today's session, we are going to go a bit deeper. I'm going to show you more tools, but the most important part of all of these 3 days is going to come in the last 5 minutes of the session. Okay, we are finally starting the last session of the AI sprint, right? Now, in the first day, we have discussed about how the AI landscape is working out, what are the valuations of the companies, what are the utilities and use cases in different industries for the AI. And then I also told you how to think for yourself, right? After that, I talked about learning GenAI. So we talk about how LLMs work, what is pre-training, what is post-training, what is hallucination, what is attention, what is token, all of these things, and also what are vectors. So you knew all the fundamentals of learning GenAI. And I also gave you a precaution that in GenAI, please do not make a mistake of starting from machine learning, deep learning, statistics, because this is a very application level strategy, application level technology. If you go too much deeper, you are going to go ahead and wander around a forest where you will not be able to come out. Okay. So unless you have unlimited time available, unless you are a student, you should not go ahead and go into much deeper levels, because that is only going to eat up your time, right? And the third thing that we have done was we have created an app together. I showed you how to use Google AI Studio in order to build something cool and useful. And you guys have also gone ahead and built resume analyzers. And I could see a lot of posts that you guys have gone ahead and tagged me on LinkedIn, right? So congratulations on that. Now, yesterday, we talked about the AI builder levels. So I told you that there are 5 levels of builders of AI. I'm going to give you a revision today as well. And after that, I gave you the power framework. Power framework, which stands for understanding possibilities of AI, understanding what are the opportunities in your work and company and your life, then understanding the workflows step by step, then applying any of the 5 levels in engineering, and then reflecting. Reflecting means once you implement this cycle, you are going to understand the results. If you thought that if you implement AI, then you are going to get more efficient, you are going to save more time, you are going to make more money. So you have to reflect on that process to see if you are going in the right direction. Similarly, in the end, we also have gone ahead and explored N8N and tried to build an agent. And I have given you an homework to build the post creator agent. And some people are telling in the chat that they have already gone ahead and built it. Right. Now, today is going to be a little bit more advanced. Right. So today we are going to talk about the ultimate AI builder workflow. I'm going to give you multiple tools today. And then we'll try to build together something called as OpenGPT. So in GPT, if you use ChatGPT, you are limited by the models of OpenAI. But I'm going to help you create a platform today so that you should be able to use almost any model of the world, but not for free. Right? So this is what we are going to discuss today. This we have already covered. We know that no one in the world is here right now. No one in the world should be here right now. All of us are either here, 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 or here. Right? We discussed about how to leverage ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini that you already know. We also discussed about how to create gems, skills, and custom GPTs. I have shown you real examples on the screen. After that, we have already discussed it on day one, which is Google using AI, Google AI Studio or Lovable. All the prototype products works in the same way. And then we also discussed about creating AI automation. So I gave you an overview of what N8N is. Right. Today, I'm going to discuss the ultimate level 5. But before that, I want to give you a very important advice, which is please, please, please do not forget this. Please do not forget this. A common mistake that you guys are going to make is to jump to engineering, searching on YouTube how to use N8N, how to use Google AI Studio. If you don't have this setup, you will keep on learning AI and you will keep on jumping between the tools. Right? You should know how to go ahead. You should know how to go ahead. You should know what are you using the tools for before going ahead and just start learning the tool. Right? And then once we have this thing set up, now we are going to begin today's session. Right? So this is the one and only slide for today's session. Right? Everyone, right? Focus in the chat if you are focusing on the session so that I can go ahead and begin. Right? FOCUS, focus in the session before we can begin. Yes. Now, guys, look at this. Now, today, we are going to talk about ownership, control, and how you can go ahead and leverage AI with all the confidence that you have. The issue with platforms such as Google AI Studio, Lovable, and others are that you are in someone else's environment. For example, you have gone ahead and created a great product, but after prompting a bit more, you see that now it is hallucinating, it is breaking the older features, it is slow, or you are stuck into the Google environments. Similarly with Lovable, right? So if you want to take control of everything, then I'm going to suggest you that this is the ultimate AI builder stack, which is people across the world who are building with AI are using, from smaller team to bigger teams, right? So what they are doing is, you can go ahead and create the version 1 of your product anywhere. You can either use Lovable, you can either use Google AI Studio, or you can use Emergent, right? There are so many tools out there. Or you can also go ahead and use Cursor, Claude Code, Antigravity, or Codex, right? You can use any tool in order to build your product, but you do not have to get stuck to the tool. For example, I used Lovable. It was working very fine when I was going ahead and using, let's say, using the free credits. But after that, I'm stuck. So now what I can do is, look at this carefully. Now what I can do is, I can just go to my Google AI Studio. I can go to dashboard. Where is that? Yes. So These are the apps that we have built in the last couple of days, right? So I will click on this app, Meeting Money app. Now, every vibe coding tool in the world, Replit, Lovable, Bolt, they all give you an option to export your code on GitHub. That is the place from where the control starts. So what we are going to do is, I'll click on this publish button, right? I can also go ahead and publish this app from here, and Google is going to deploy it on its own platform called as Google Cloud Platform, also called as cloud.run, right? But I do not want to take it on Google. I want to go ahead and host it and have complete control, right? So what I can do is, I can click on this slight arrow and I can click on GitHub, right? And now I can go ahead and write my repository, and then I can make the GitHub connection, and then all of this code will go to GitHub. All of this code will go to GitHub, right? So everyone, tell me in the chat if you know what GitHub is. Yes or no in the chat. Yes. So let's do a quick 101 on GitHub, right? So guys, the flow that we are following is this. You can create your product. You can create your product from any place. You can go ahead, focus here guys, no yes or no in the chat, just focus on the screen. You can create your product from Google AI Studio, or you can do it from Lovable, or you can do it from Bolt, anywhere in the world, right? And now they will give you an option to put your code to GitHub. What is GitHub? GitHub is the storage for code. You can store your code on GitHub. And the beauty of GitHub is that from here, you can do multiple things. You can first do the storage, which is, it is a place where you can securely store your code, either publicly or privately. Second is, it helps you do the version controlling. For example, when you change the code, when you keep on creating the features with code, right? When you keep on changing the code, you want to make sure that the older versions are also available to you. So at any point of time, you understood that you have made a mistake and you have to revert back, you should be able to do so. That is called as versioning, right? And the third part is, it helps you collaborate with people. It helps you collaborate with people. For example, if you want to work with 5 developers, everyone, you can start a code base. Everyone is going to go ahead and change that code base. And eventually everyone is going to do something called as a pull request. And then the code can be merged and the system can work, right? So almost all the bigger companies of the world, almost 99% of the companies of the world are going ahead and using GitHub in order to produce applications, in order to create code and products on top of that, right? And now the good part is, you do not need to learn to code in order to use GitHub. So GitHub is a very simple piece of platform. Many people complicate it by using GitHub on command line. Command line is the black interface that you see where you have to enter the commands. Understand? The team at GitHub has been very kind, and they have been able to give all of us the GitHub desktop app, right? So what you need to do is, if you want to use GitHub, understand, for you, the usage of GitHub is very simple. Just go to Google AI Studio, Lovable, Bolt, click on, do whatever you want to. Now, if you are not satisfied with the results now, or the prompting is not working, or if you want to take the code outside, just click on export to GitHub. When you click on export to GitHub, it is going to ask you for your credentials. You go ahead and sign up from GitHub. It is going to take your code to GitHub. And after that, in order to take that code in your computer so that you can use Claude Code Cursor on top of that, you can go ahead and use GitHub Desktop. If you have not understood, no issues. I'm going to show you how it's done. Okay, so let's go to GitHub. Let us go to GitHub. Okay, now on GitHub, we have multiple things. So this is my profile. Yes. So if I go here, my profile, then you can see there are multiple repositories in my profile, right? Repository means collection of code files. Collection of code files is the repository. For example, Amazon would have one repository, Facebook would have multiple repositories. So repositories is the code files, the collection of code files, like a folder, right? Now I have gone ahead and developed multiple apps, and I have gone ahead and deployed them on my Google from here to here. So let me show you. This was the product. So I can write a new name, which is, the name is Meeting Killer V1. I'll write the same name, I'll put it public, and then I'll click on create GitHub repository. So I'm on Google AI Studio. I'm showing how to go ahead and export the code to GitHub. Right. Now it is done. I will go ahead and click on stage and commit all changes. Right. Right now you can see there is not such a repository. If it is a personal repository, you do not want to see the world, what is the code that is written, then private. If it is your organization, if it is for your organization, keep it private. But if you are looking it to showcase it to the world because you want to make GitHub your public portfolio, then make it public. Right. So now I will refresh this. Can you guys see this? Right. So now it is here. Right. Now it is here. Right. Now the next part. How do I use it? What should I do? If it is on GitHub, what can I do with that? Now, guys, what you have to do is you have to search for GitHub desktop app. Right. When you go to this website, you can download the GitHub app for your computer. Either you are using Windows or Apple. Based on that, you can go ahead and download. When you download that app, it is going to look like this. Goes behind Zoom. Okay. So this is what it looks like. I hope everyone is able to see this. Now, guys, understand how does GitHub works. Right. Understand this is how GitHub works. This is the UI that you are going to get. What you need to do is in your local, whatever repositories that you create on github.com, all of them are going to appear here. If I click on this drop down, I'm going to see all the repositories. Right. What you need to do is whenever you make any changes, you just have to click on deploy. I'm going to show you how it works. Okay. So the interface is very simple. You don't have to look at anything. Just look at your repositories. Right. Let me show you. So once you install GitHub, it is going to ask you for your credentials. And once you log in, you are here. Right. So now I will click on this. And I will see where my repositories are. Main branch, fetch origin. I can create a new repository. I think this is a different account. Just give me a moment. Yes. Let me explain a couple of things more before we can go there. Yes. Look at this. GitHub 101. This is all the information that you need in order to operate GitHub. Number one, GitHub is a repo or collection of your code, right? It is a storage. Second is you always need to use GitHub desktop. You don't have to go to the command line, right? Third is there are few commands in GitHub, right? So when you do fetch origin, there is going to be a button of fetch origin on GitHub. I'm going to show you. Everything that you have, any repository that you have gone ahead and saved on your github.com, it is going to be fetched into your local computer. So there are two things that we have right now. One is the github.com, which is the cloud, where we have exported the Google AI Studio code. And second is your local computer, right? So it is going to be fetched from here to here, right? Fourth is when you go ahead and when you want to save your changes, that is called as commit. For example, you have created version 1, then you have made some changes version 2, then you have made some changes version 3, right? As you go ahead and keep on doing this, you have to, just as you go ahead and click the save button every time, you just have to click on commit, so that in the future, if you want to go back, you want to roll back from version 3 to version 2, version 2 to version 1, you should be able to do that. So you have to make sure that you are committing. And the fifth part is push. Push means you are doing all of these changes in your local file. When you make the push, it will be fetched to the github.com. Right? So this is the cycle of Git. Now, if you are going ahead and connecting with other developers also, or multiple people are going ahead and developing the product in the same repository, then there are some other commands. I'm going to send you a video that we have created so that you can understand that about GitHub as well. Right? So this is simple GitHub 101. Right? Now, let's go forward. I am going to show you an example of an app that I have developed. So what we are going to do is, let me see if I have Antigravity. Yes. So now I am opening up another software, which is Google Antigravity, right? Yes. Tell me in the chat, guys, if you have heard about Antigravity in the past, or if you have used Antigravity, not only heard about it. Right. Wonderful. So now Google Antigravity, just one moment. Yes. So now what is Google Antigravity? Google Antigravity is a coding agent from Google. Why we are using Google Antigravity? Why we are using Google? Okay, so am I not audible? Just give me a moment. Yes. Is my voice better now, guys? Cool. Thank you. Yes. So now Antigravity is a coding agent from Google. Why we are using Antigravity and not other? Because Google has a generous tier of free usage, right? But eventually, if you want to build something serious, you should move to Claude, Code, or Cursor, right? But it should do the basic work for you. So now I have an idea. The idea is that, look at the idea carefully, everyone. The idea is very simple. Right now, when I use ChatGPT, I go ahead and can only use the OpenAI API, right? When I use Claude, I can only use Anthropic's API or API models, right? Why can't we go ahead and create one full-fledged AI, like AI chatbot, where I can connect with any tools of the world? So you guys might have heard about a recent LLM called as GLM, right? There is also something called as DeepSeek. There is also something called as Llama from Meta. And anyways, we also know that Claude is already there. Opus is already there, right? So why can't I go ahead, have one place where I can go ahead and maybe use any kind of model that I can go ahead and use, right? I can go ahead and use, right? So there are multiple tools like this. So there is a tool called as LLM Arena. There is also a tool called as AI Fiesta, where you can go ahead and talk to multiple LLMs from one interface, right? We will try to build that interface today, right? Everyone, a quick yes or no if you're able to understand the idea. Wonderful. Now, what we will do is, we will just go ahead. So for this, we need few things. Understand? Now look at this fundamentals, everyone. This will not change, other things can change. Okay. When we go ahead and build any product, we need three things. What do we need? For any internet-based product, we need three things. First is, we need a front end. Second is, we need a back end. And third is, we need a database. For our product, we would need a front end. So what we are going to use is, we are going to use a technology called as Next.js. So Next.js is a technology that lets you build scalable applications in JavaScript. Okay, so you don't have to learn anything about this. All the coding agents are going to take care of this. I'm just adding a word to your vocabulary. So Next.js will kill the front end. It will create the front end for us. It will create the back end for us. But for database also, we need something. Understand, we are going to store some data. We are going to do the chats, right? We are going to store the logs. We are going to store the users. So for that, what we need is, we need a database. And for database, there is amazing service called as Supabase. Yesterday, I have shown you example of LinkedIn. When you register on LinkedIn, the form that comes for registration is the front end. When you click on the registration button, the data is sent to the backend that understands if you are already a good user or you have already signed up or not, right? And then it gets the data from the database. So there might be a table in LinkedIn which says that this is the user, this is their email, this is their everything, right? So that database and authentication is given by Supabase, right? The good part is, now you do not need to learn all of this stuff, because agents have understood their documentation, and these platforms have made it easier for AI to understand their documentation and build such simple APIs so that any agent is able to write code on top of them. Right? Now, we have this, but we need one more thing. How do we go ahead and access all the models? I told you that from this, we should be able to go ahead. We should be able to go ahead and use what? We should be able to use the Chinese models, right? We should be able to use the French models. Which are the French models? Mistral. Right? Similarly, we also have the frontier models, which are the Claude, the Opus, or the OpenAI of the world, right? So what is the place from where I can get access to all these models? So understand, all of these models have their APIs, right? The frontier models have their APIs. But for all of these other models and having one place where you can get all the models, we have multiple services. One of the services, Together AI. Another service is Open Router. Another service is Mega LLM. You can use any one of them. Generally, people recommend Open Router because that is being used across the world. Right? So Open Router is something that we can go ahead and use. Right? So what is Open Router? This is Open Router. Right? The unified interface for LLMs. Everyone, look at the website and tell me yes or no if you're able to understand the purpose of this. Yes. So purpose of Open Router is to make sure that you are able to use any model through your API for your product. Right? If you are going to OpenAI and getting their API key, you can only use OpenAI models. If you go to Anthropic and take their API key, you can only use Anthropic models. How do you use open source models? So if you want to have one place to use all the models, Open Router does it for you. So how does Open Router works? How does Open Router works, right? So you as a user or a developer, you are going to connect to the Open Router. You are going to have their only one API key. And then they will be connecting to multiple players, such as OpenAI, such as Mistral, such as Anthropic, and they will also host some models because open source models have to be hosted. Right? So this is what Open Router does. And many companies of the world use Open Router. Understand, if you are building any kind of B2B, or enterprise product, people would want the ability to switch between the models. Your customers don't want to get logged into one model. So you need to give this ability so that they can switch between the models. Right? Yes. A quick yes on everyone. Now, if you are able to understand what is the use case of Open Router. No, that is not free. Open Router is not free, guys. For some usage, it is free, but eventually it is not free. Yes, you have to choose. Open Router does not choose this, right? Right. So this is Open Router. Now this is the tech stack. This is the stack, right? So what I will do is, I will use Antigravity to build this. I will use Antigravity to build this. In fact, I have already built it. I'm going to show you how. Right? Now, look at the screen, everyone. So I have named this OpenGPT multi-model thing. Okay, so I'll go to the top. Now look at this, everyone. Just look at the prompt. Everyone carefully look on the screen. Okay. Create a Next.js Supabase powered app with following functionalities. Right? The user should be able to log in with a PIN. I do not want to create it for the world. I'm creating it for myself. So I'm going to log in through a PIN. Right? And whatever are the secret things in your product, for example, your password. Like if you, for example, if you have a one-time PIN, or if you are using any API keys, or if there is something that is important for your configuration and you do not want to show it to the world. For all of these things, we create something called as an env file. Understand? You do not have to remember it. The coding agent is going to take care of itself by itself. Right? So let's say I have created an Open Router, let's say API key. If this API key is made public, or if someone else sees this, they can go ahead and use OpenRouter on my behalf, and maybe they will be able to empty my account. So that is why we need to make sure that all the secret keys, everything that needs to be secret, should be stored in the environment file, .env file. This env file does not go to GitHub, right? So all the credentials are going to be in the env file. Now, the second part is the user should see a chat box on the screen along with an option to choose from multiple LLMs, right? The LLMs are powered by OpenRouter, and I have also added the documentation. Now, this is important, guys. Understand what happens is, generally, sometimes we assume that the model would be knowing about this particular documentation. But that is not a good assumption. That could be very dangerous, because these platforms are also evolving. And if the model does not have the recent information, it might code something in the older documents. Recently, it has happened that Next.js has updated to maybe some other version, and all the LLMs have the older version, and then started baking across multiple websites of the world. So make sure that you give that particular line of documentation, right? So give it the fresh documentation. So remember, every LLM has two memories. One memory is the memory from the training. So I have told you that it goes through multiple. We take multiple data from multiple websites, and then we use it to train the LLM, right? That is the training memory. And second memory is called as, yes. And second memory is called as, just a moment. Yes. And second memory is called as the context memory, right? Let's say if I ask you, what did you have in the lunch today? You will be able to answer. Most of you would be able to answer, right? But if I ask you, what did you have lunch 1 week ago or 3 days ago? Maybe you guys would not be able to answer. So that is the difference between them, right? So you cannot rely on the training memory. That is why you have to give the material in the context in the prompt. That is why I'm giving this information, right? Now, when the user sends a message, all of the chosen models will process the result and send back on the UI. So whatever models that I've chosen, they are going to go ahead and give the answer, and then I'm going to get an output on the website in terms of chat thread, right? And then with every message, the user should be able to click on a small icon and see tokens consumed in input and output, cost, latency for each message across LLM. So what I want to do is, let's say I am not only testing what is the result of the model, I also want to see how much it is costing. What is the number of tokens? So that if I want to decide which model to use in my product, I should be able to do so. So I am actually creating a system where I can test multiple models, right? And then all the messages and logs should be saved in all the messages and logs should be saved in Supabase, and then make an environment file to capture all API keys and other sensitive. Understand? I did not have to explicitly give it, but I have just given it. It will go ahead and take care of itself, right? The design should be clean with soft gradients. I am going to later deploy it through Vercel, so make sure to keep that in mind while developing, right? Everyone go ahead, look at the prompt carefully and tell me yes in the chat if you are able to understand this. Yes. So because it's a quick product, I have gone ahead and just given it the prompt as is. But if I was creating something production level, I would go ahead and actually first have conversation with Claude, and then I will ask it to create a product requirement document, and then I will give it. But for toy projects, it is okay. Right? Now, one very important thing, guys. One very important thing. Right now, I have gone ahead and it has not coded anything. Right? There is an option called as plan mode. So I have used the plan mode right now, which is, it is not coding anything. It is just going ahead and giving me the implementation plan. So this is the implementation plan. This is the implementation plan. It is saying that I am going to do all of these things. Right? If you want to, you can read that, but eventually it is saying that this is what I am going to do. This is the application, and you should review this. And then these are some questions I need to ask you. And then these are the changes. Right? This is the database table that it has created. Right? And these are multiple files. Right? And it is also telling that I am going to write automated tests. So I have tested the product. These are manual verification that you can also go ahead and do. Right? So now we have been able to convert a small idea into a full-fledged plan with Antigravity. Right? If you guys want to do this, you can just install Antigravity. You can click on new conversation. You can choose a folder from here, folder in your computer or maybe your GitHub repository, and then you can type anything here. You can go ahead and type your idea here, and then it is going to start developing that. Right? Everyone, a quick yes or no if you are able to understand everything so far. I will repeat again. I have gone ahead, opened Antigravity, and I have gone ahead and started giving it some requirements. Antigravity is free. Yes, we are going to talk about Vercel. Okay. Yes, you guys can use Claude Code. In Claude Code also you can do this. Right? Now guys, look at this. This is Antigravity. You have done this in Antigravity, right? Now, this is now what you are seeing on the screen is what? This is cursor. On cursor also, you can click on this agent window. Right? And then you can write the same instructions here. Right? So Antigravity, cursor, same interface, same thing. Yes, their results would be different because cursor tends to use better models. Right? And similarly, you can also go ahead and use, what was the third one? Claude. So in Claude, you can just go and here you can type whatever you want to, and you can go ahead and choose the bypass permission mode so that it is not bothering you with permissions. Don't do it unless you know what you are doing. Right? So all the three platforms, Claude Code and Antigravity and Cursor, have the same features. Just that they are using different kind of models. So they have different kind of powers. Right? But your purpose is define your idea correctly, give it to them, tell them that use Next.js, tell them that you need to, what do we call it? Tell them that you are going to use Supabase for the backend and whatever other APIs that you need. For example, if you are building a platform where you have maps, then you are going to tell it to utilize the Google API, right? Google Maps API. If you are going to use something where you are accepting the payment from the client, then you are going to use Stripe or payment as an API. So you have to understand what you need to use, and then you can give these instructions to these platforms. Right? Antigravity is free. Cursor is freemium. Claude Code is paid. Right? Now let me show you some more from that product. Okay. So while we are here, I will just go to where Antigravity. Right? So Antigravity, after I have given all the requirements that I have, right? it has gone ahead and created something, right? But this I have done last night so that I have the demo ready, right? So what I've done is I have done this now. When I ran it for the first time, it gave me this error. I don't know what this error is, like you don't, right? So I've taken the screenshot and I have sent it again in the conversation that boss, this is not working. This is not working. Okay, now it has added again. And then there was some weirdness in the UI, right? So the UI was not working correctly, right? So understand, it is not one shot. You have to understand that it is AI, and like a human, it can also go ahead and make even more mistakes, right? So by figuring out and by going ahead and pasting screenshots again and again, I was able to see that I was making a mistake, right? Understand? I have told you yes. Look at this, guys. So what I've done is I was giving yes. So I was giving prompts to Antigravity, right? Now it showed me that yes, it is built. But when I was using that platform, like the Open GPT, it was actually not working. So then I took a screenshot and give it to the Antigravity. And it told me that you have to go ahead and do these actions in Supabase. Understand? I have asked it to integrate Supabase, but I have not given the credentials of Supabase. So what I need to do is, it has created, and this will happen with every project if you are using Supabase. So please remember this. So it has given me a table that you go to your Supabase, copy this content and paste it there so that we have tables available where we can insert data. Otherwise, how the product is going to work, right? So we are going to go to Supabase. Now this is the Supabase dashboard. Right? Click on dashboard. This is also free. Click on dashboard, your organization, and then there are multiple projects that you can create. So if you are creating a fresh project like GPT, you are going to click on new project, right? When you click on new project, this is going to ask you for some data, which is what is the name of the project, etc. Right? I have already created this Open GPT, right? And here we have two important things. One is the SQL editor, right? So here I have to copy the code that it has given me. I have to copy the code that it has given me, and then it is going to, I have to run the code here so that the tables are created, right? And you don't even have to remember it. Antigravity is going to tell you what to do. You just need to know how to copy and paste, right? Now the second part is, now you also need to give your app, whatever app, that OpenGPT that you are building, access to Supabase so that it should be able to run queries, right? How would you do that? You will go to the project settings part. And then in the project settings, there are keys. You will copy this. And you will click on API keys, right? I am going to delete this, so feel free to copy this, no issues. Okay. So you are going to copy these, right? You are going to copy this, and then you are going to come back to Antigravity, and then you are going to give it to Antigravity that these are the keys. Go ahead and put it in the environment file. Or you can do something a little bit more intelligent, that in your file system, So this is your file system. I have saved these files in this folder, right? So you can open it with either Antigravity or Cursor or any other platform and edit that file. Right? So let me repeat everything once again. It might be possible, guys, that it might be difficult for beginners to understand. Let me go ahead and repeat this once again. What I'm doing is I need to create a product where I, as a user, can talk to multiple LLMs. And in order to connect to multiple LLMs, I need an API of OpenRouter, right? In order to save all the information, in order to have a database, I need a software called as, or I need a service called as Supabase, right? So I am telling Antigravity that go ahead and attach everything and create a project with this. But how does Antigravity know that this is my Supabase, this is my OpenRouter? I need to have an account. So I'm going to create an account there. I'm going to copy the API key, and then I'm going to give it to Antigravity so that it is able to connect. For example, if I ask an agent that go ahead and send an email to this person. So the agent is going to ask you, boss, what is your email ID? Can you give me access to your email so that I can go ahead and send the email? Right? So this is the credential giving thing. Right? A quick yes on everyone if you're able to understand this. Cool. Guys, I'll share prompt and everything. Right? But right now, focus in the session, right? So now I have done this. This is done, right? And eventually, after a couple of more iterations, after putting all the data and all, we were able to build it, right? So in order to run this, it is already running, but it will give you a command to run, which is npm run dev. You don't have to remember this. It will always tell you how to do that, right? This is the beauty of AI, guys. You do not have to remember things. AI is going to tell you what to do, right? So I'll just copy this. And here it is, right? I've already asked you a question, what is product management, right? So I will click on new chat, manage LLMs. I can go ahead and put any number of LLMs there. Understand, this is all created. We have not touched anything. This is created all by Antigravity, right? I can have multiple models. Let's see, I can use DeepSeek. I can also use Kimi. Right? And we are going to put the question. The question is how to decide the best model for the task. We have a working product now, guys. A quick yes in the chat if you're able to understand what we have done. Yes. Now, understand, guys. Everyone is stuck on prompt, right? Everyone is stuck on prompt, right? I told you the idea on day one, right? You can express the idea in your own words. Trust your communication abilities, right? Trust your communication abilities. I am sure you should be able to tell the model and also understand. I did not give a full-fledged prompt. When I gave the prompt, then I was able to understand I have made a couple of mistakes. So I have again gone ahead and corrected that prompt by giving more instructions. I understood that I have talked about Supabase, but I have never given the instructions about how to connect. So I gave those instructions. If I do not know this instruction, I'm going to take a screenshot, put it into ChatGPT. Right? Similarly, a common question from everyone is, which model should I use? Right? Which model should I use? If you are using Claude, then Opus 4.8 is the model that you need to choose for almost every task. Right? If you are using Cursor, then Composer is the model to go for most of the tasks, and Opus 4.8 or Fable is for other tasks. I'm not sure if Fable is available right now on Cursor. For Google Antigravity, they also let you to choose between multiple models. If you have Claude models, use them. But for small tasks, Gemini models are also good. Right? So don't bother about it. Whenever you have Opus 4.8 available, use that. That is the reality right now. Right? I will, guys, repeat this once more. Okay. So this is the flow. Look at this carefully now. Okay. So first, we are going to open Antigravity. Right? We are going to give Antigravity. Now, in Antigravity, I am going to start new conversation. Right? Now, after this, I am going to go ahead explain my idea. Right? After explain my idea, it is going to give me a plan. If I like the plan, it's very good. If I do not like the plan, I can just go and edit the plan. Right? And then execute. Execute as in you are going to say, yes, go ahead and build this. Right? After it is built, while it is building and after it is building, you have to collect API keys. Right? You have to go ahead and create API keys, which is how do you get the API keys? For example, if you are using Supabase, then go to Supabase and get the API keys. Right? So guys, tell me, from this interface, would you be able to know where to get the APIs keys and write information from? Yes. Right? That is mostly because, right? That is mostly because you guys know better. Right? I did not know how to get the APIs keys because the last time that I used Supabase, they have changed the interface. So what I did was, I have just taken the screenshot of this and give it to Antigravity. That helped me figure out what is the API key here. Right? So you do not have to memorize anything. Wherever you are stuck, be confident enough that you should be able to get the answer if you are patient enough to ask it enough times. Right? So this is the second part. Right? Now, I have taken the API keys from Supabase, but I also need the API keys from OpenRouter. And understand, OpenRouter, after some time, it is going to ask you for money. Right? So I've also installed $10 in my OpenRouter. Right? Now, why have you used Supabase? Because Supabase works better with these agentic AI tools. And it is also open source. For example, in future, if you want to take all of your data to something else, you should be able to do. So you are not locked by an environment. They work on Postgres, which is an open source technology, so you can move it from here and there. Right? So I'm going to connect with OpenRouter. If I was collecting the payments, I would connect with Razorpay. If I would have a Google login, For example, there is login with Google or login with Facebook on many websites. So I need to also have Google API keys, right? This I have to collect. If you don't know how to collect it, just ask ChatGPT. It is going to tell you, right? And after this is done, you are going to do iteration. Now, this is very important. Many people think that now this is the process. It should go ahead and build me everything. Understand, AI doesn't owes you anything, right? So it is going to take time. You have to go ahead and keep on iterating. And once you keep on iterating, you are going to have, understand, it's not required to start with complete clarity. It is important to start, right? When you start, you are going to understand that this could have happened. This could have happened. That is how ideas come to your mind, right? And then you are going to iterate, and eventually you will have a shippable product. Now, there is one thing more that I can tell you, which is, how do I know if I am a product manager, I should know how people are using this product. How many people are signing up? How many people are actually going ahead and doing the conversations? What are the models that are being used, right? So for that, I need analytics. And for analytics, we have an amazing tool called as Posthog. Right? So it is like Google Analytics, but better. Right? You just have to ask your AI that go ahead. You have to ask your AI to go ahead and tell it that this is my Posthog API key. Just go ahead and integrate Posthog. And it is going to go ahead and create the dashboards for you in Posthog. Right? So now this is the flow. Everyone now tell me yes or no in the chat if you are able to understand this. And to be honest, guys, you don't even need to remember this flow. Just ask your idea and ask Antigravity or ChatGPT what is it that you need to do. Right? Now we have done thing number one. Now what we should do is, we will go ahead and go to GitHub. So on GitHub, where is GitHub? Yes. So this is GitHub. What you will do is, you will click on add, right? Look at this. On GitHub, yes. On GitHub, you are going to click here. You have installed the GitHub app, right? Then what you are going to do is, you are going to click on add. And once you click on add, if the repository is already there, in your computer, right, in your local computer, then you are going to click on add, and you are going to click on add existing repository, right? And then you are going to click on choose, and then you are going to open the product from here, right? So Antigravity, Cursor, anyone, they will create a folder, right? So this is first. I'll click on cancel, right? Because I have already added this, right? So once I have added this, it is going to appear here, right? And then I can go ahead and click on save or something so that it gets pushed to my GitHub, right? So let me again explain the flow. I have created a shippable product. Now I am going to go to GitHub desktop, right? And then I'm going to click on add existing repo, right? When I click on adding the existing repo, understand, I can add this repo now. In the future, whenever I'm making the changes, I can keep on updating that repo, right? It will automatically be synced to my github.com. Now, GitHub has two things. One is github.com. Second is your local computer, the Mac that I'm using right now. So right now, this repository is here. I'm going to push it here. Right? GitHub will give you the option that if you want to push, that is just a button. Right? So now what I'll do is, when I push this on GitHub, you should be able to see the repository. For example, these are the repositories. Whenever you add a repository from your GitHub, from your local computer, it will become available on your GitHub profile. Right? So first, we developed the product. We connected with every place. We tested that it is working on local. Point number one. After that, we are going to go ahead and push it onto GitHub. How do we push it onto GitHub? By clicking the GitHub desktop app, clicking a couple of buttons, and then pushing it onto GitHub. Right? Now it is on GitHub. Right? We have completed two steps. First, building the app. Now pushing it on GitHub. A quick yes or no, everyone, if you're able to understand this. Right? Now, we are with GitHub. Now is the special thing. Okay. So now we have a product. Now we have a product called as just a moment. Yes. Now we have a product which actually takes this GitHub repo and it converts it into a public URL. And that is called as Vercel. We have now created a working product. We now need to show it to the world, right? How do we create it on the production level, right? So now I'm going to go to this platform called as Vercel. Yes. Right. So what does Vercel do? Vercel is a deployment platform. It is also the company that created Next.js. It is also the company that created Bolt, right? V0. Now, and yesterday I have shown you skills.sh, right? The website where you can get multiple skills. That is also owned by Vercel. So now what you have to do here is Vercel your Vercel is automatically connected to your GitHub. So when you create any repository on GitHub, it is available on Vercel, right? They automatically detect that repository. And once you have that repository on Vercel, you just have to click an import button and deploy button, and then the repository would be live, right? Look at this. So here, if I click on, I'll refresh, I'll click on deployments. So when I click on add new project, right, I can click on add new project. It will show me all the repositories that are available in my GitHub. It is going to show me all the repositories that are available in my GitHub, right? And I just have to click on import. And when I click on import, it is going to give me the URL. Let me show you. So if I click on import, something like this will happen. This project will get created. When I click on this, I can just click on, so this is deployed. I can just go ahead and click on this button. And then when I click on visit, the product is live here. Right? The product is live here. I can go ahead and start having the convert. Understand, initially it was local, it was working. Now it is on a live URL. Right? Now, so how does GitHub Vercel knows about my GitHub? When I signed up on Vercel, it is going to ask you for authentication from GitHub. That is how it is going to connect. Right? A quick yes or no, everyone, if you're able to understand this. It was so simple. For very generous usage, Vercel is actually free. Right. So now, guys, what you need to do is, this is now your work. What you need to do is install Antigravity, create account on GitHub, Supabase, Vercel, and Open Router. And then don't just create what I have given you. Like, don't just copy what I have told you, right? But create a new project. The project is LLM Judge. Right? LLM Judge. Yes, you can also use Posthog for the analytics. Right? You can go ahead and create an LLM Judges. Get answers from all LLMs. Give a verdict which is better, efficient. Right? Tell me, guys, yes or no, if you feel confident about doing this. Would you be able to figure this out? Yes. Guys, and also understand, if you can see my Vercel, it also has this project, the meeting killer, which I posted it on GitHub. Right? If I click on import, this screen is going to come and I can click on deploy. Right? It will also get deployed with a different URL. Right? So whatever I create, I can bring it on GitHub, then I can connect to the Vercel and Vercel is going to deploy it for me. Right? Backend is Next.js, which is hosted on Vercel and Supabase. Right? Now, if you guys want to create Android apps through vibe coding, then you can use Claude Code, Antigravity. Understand? I told it that you have to create a Next.js app. You can ask it to create an Android app, and then it will tell you how to push that code onto the Play Store. Right? Yes. When you sign up on Vercel, it is going to ask you, it will give you a button, GitHub, connect with GitHub button. Just click on that and authenticate. That's it. It's like Google sign in. Yes, it is overwhelming unless you try it. Correct. You guys can also start with Google AI Studio, guys. Now look at this. This is now available on Vercel also. Continue to dashboard. Yes. Now you guys are able to understand how did I bring a project from Google AI Studio to Vercel. GitHub's hosting is not so powerful. That is why it is not their job. Yes. Cool. Cool. Now, guys, this is the slide that you can screenshot. Here we have talked about. Here we can take the code from any of the platforms. We can take the code from any of the platforms and we can push to GitHub and then we can put it onto Vercel. If you want to edit something, you can take it to your local computer and then you can add it with any of these platforms. This is the stack. The stack is Claude Code, Codex for Cursor or Antigravity for debugging and coding, Next.js for frontend and backend. I'm going to send you something called as design guide so that you can understand how the design flow is done. Similarly, for DB storage and auth, we have Supabase. And then for hosting, we have Vercel. And for source control, we have GitHub. Right? Everyone tell me on a scale of 1 to 5, you're able to understand this whole architecture. Yes, guys, you can change anything. This is just, I have shown you one path. Don't be blinded by the only path that I've shown you. Go ahead and find out. Yes. Why do we need to have Vercel and all when we have Antigravity? When do you have AI Studio? For more control, right? If any one of you has tried to use Google AI Studio, you would know where you get stuck. Right. I'm going to give you the feedback form, guys. Just wait for a moment. Okay. Now, yes. Yes. Now let me go ahead and help you understand what we do at HelloPM. Understand, guys, if you are interested in taking this learning to the next level, which is building production grade apps and not only apps. Understand, building is not a difficult part. If I can teach you building in 3 days, that is not very difficult. The important part is how do you go ahead and understand the product management principles, right? So in this program at HelloPM, if you guys are interested in knowing about the program, just go to the website, click on this video. You should be able to listen to this 10-20 minute video in order to understand what this program is about. And you can also go ahead and get all the information from the website. Right. One recommendation before you go ahead and join the program, please, it is an important investment of your time and money. So make sure that you are able to click on the review section. You look at multiple reviews and not only look at reviews, you go ahead and talk to multiple alumni. We have transparently mentioned their LinkedIn. Right. So this is an overview about what we do at HelloPM. If you have any questions, you can always go to the website. The website is self-explanatory. You can also go ahead and click on the FAQ section in order to get every information. The next batch, understand, this is what I have told you in 3 days. I have made you from a non-builder to an AI builder. You are knowing so many things now. What we can do when we are together for 15 weeks. Right? Yes. So guys, if you want to get any information about the program, you can fill these questions in the Google form and our team is going to go ahead and connect with you. So if you have any questions about the program, about the pricing, about what do we learn, how do we operate, what are the assignments, just go ahead and put all the things there. If you guys want to enroll, you can just go ahead and go to hellopm.co the website, and then you should be able to click on this button. Yes. Now, guys, a question to everyone. Yes. Please tell me focus in the chat. Please tell me focus in the chat if you are focusing in the session right now. Yes. Now, guys, this is important, which is that the purpose of doing this AI sprint was to help people understand that AI is not something that you should be afraid of, at least right now. And this is one of those rare opportunities where some of you who think that they have lost the track of your career, or you wanted to do something else in your life, but now because of things happen in life, you have to do something else. And now you are regretting that. At HelloPM, we come across many people who wanted to do amazing things in their life, but because of some decisions, they were stuck at a particular place and now they want to come out, right? And we have helped a lot of people move from sales, marketing, development, QA, and so many things to a product manager role. I'm not saying that product manager is ultimate role, but what happens is that as a product manager or as an AI product manager, you get to impact a lot of things. You are able to see the impact of your work in the hands of the customers and the business, and generally you are able to make slightly more money, right? So many people want to move to product management, right? Now, I was able to see that a lot of people are thinking very short term about AI. When I talk to AI about people, even to, let's say, very educated people, they only think about job. They only think about how can I be more productive. They only think about how can I fire more people if they are entrepreneurs, or they only think about that how can I just go ahead and learn AI so that I'm able to go ahead and do my work better. Okay, they are able to go ahead and do my work better. Now, I personally believe that if you are only thinking about yourself, if you're only thinking about yourself or your own circle, which is family, or maybe some bigger circle, which your friend, you are actually doing a very big injustice. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you something. Okay, so what we are doing is a critical mistake that most of us are making is, and I do not expect every one of you to think about in the same way that I am thinking, but it is my responsibility to tell you this, which is that all of us are only thinking of AI into our own small worlds. What my child is going to do in the future, what my job is going to look like. If I'm an entrepreneur, how can I go ahead and fire more people? Or maybe if I am trying to build something, how can I go ahead and start building my own business? Right? Tell me yes or no, guys, if you are only thinking about these particular things. Tell me in the chat if you are thinking about these things. Right? Because understand, it is okay. All of the human beings are very selfish individuals. So we go ahead and think about ourselves only. But understand, the best satisfaction of the world will never come when you go ahead and do something for yourself. Remember the moments that you are most proud of. Right? Or remember the moments when you feel a lot of satisfaction. They are mostly the moments when you go ahead and do things for others. Right? In this session, maybe I could have gone ahead and got few students who are going to enroll from the session. But that is not the happiness. Happiness is that I'm able to see that I'm able to teach thousands of people at once. And then these people are going to do good in their careers. Okay. But understand, with AI, there is a big opportunity in front of you. Okay. Look at this. Can you guys tell me what are the biggest problems that humanity is facing right now? Tell me in the chat, wherever you are living, in whatever country, what is the problems that humanity or the world is facing right now? Look at this. When you're thinking about the job, look at these stats. In the rural part of such a strong economy, look at this. In India, in rural India, we have 11,000 to 1 ratio of doctors. In urban, it is 1:800. 1:11,000 in rural parts. Right. Second, there are more than 1 lakh schools in India where there is just one teacher for 1 lakh. There is just one teacher. In whole school, there is just one teacher. Right. Now, if you look at corruption, if you look at pollution, AI is actually giving us a lot of potential to solve for these things. I'm sure whatever I have taught you in this class, this might not be enough, but I can assure you that right now, if you look at education, do you guys think AI can solve for education at scale? Tell me yes or no in the chat. If you work hard enough, do you think AI can solve for education at scale? Do you think AI can go ahead and solve for healthcare at scale? Understand, most of the people, like the machines that are used to build the X-rays, the X-ray machine, the MRI machines, once we are able to go ahead and implement AI there, they can be created at scale. We all need to have a radiologist who can go ahead and look at let's say an image of an X-ray and tell you that this is what it says. Now, all of that can be done with AI if you are able to go ahead and pursue these kind of projects. Right. So now my request to everyone is that at least for some time, please start thinking beyond what your job is, what your family is, or what, let's say, your kids are going to do in the future. Because it is all of our, like, if no one is going to think about this, you are going to put all of this pressure on the government. And you know that how the people in the world at the higher level are going to play. Right? This is your responsibility. And why I'm giving this responsibility to you is because now you are not limited by anything. You have to spend maybe $200 on Claude in order to run an experiment. You have to put it on LinkedIn, you have to put it on Twitter. I am sure these days social media is so active that if you are going to do something good, it is going to have its ripple effect. If you build anything around this, if you build any kind of AI in order to help the humanity move forward, it is my promise that it is my responsibility to put some money, and it is my responsibility to go ahead and take it to the world by utilizing my contacts and maybe utilizing my own social cloud. Right. So if you go ahead and take one thing from this whole 3-day AI sprint, that is not how AI works. That is not how you can go ahead and create the tools. That is to understand that right now your potential is unlimited. The most sophisticated scientist in the NASA has the same kind of tool that you have. Right? Has the same kind of tool that you have. So if I have to leave you with one message, that is not to enroll in my cohort, but to make sure that whatever change that you want to see in the world, that has to be started from you. Right? With that being said, I'm going to take your goodbye, guys. Make sure that you make us proud that you have learned from this, and you are going to go ahead and do and contribute something better to the world. I have done my part. Now the ball is in your court. Right? Thank you, guys. Bye and take care. We are going to see each other very soon somewhere. Take care, guys. Bye. Thank you.